Melissa was driving down the motorway and realized that something had happened to her car. It was still a long way to town. What to do? The car could stall at any minute. She felt that her car was not behaving as usual. It seemed to be fine, but different than it always was. The girl looked at the navigator. It was still 20 kilometers to town, with forest all around. Please, please, she pleaded, don't glitch, not now. Let's at least get to town, or better yet, home. And then I'll take you straight to the service tomorrow. I promise. Come on, honey, let's drive a little further. But Melissa's hopes were not to be realized. The car drove about a kilometer and then stopped. The girl barely had time to pull over to the side of the road. Well, fine, she sighed. Forest evening. No one on the road. She picked up her phone. No connection either. Gentlemen maniacs, where are you? Here I am. The perfect victim, Melissa thought. She tried dialing her fiance's number, but of course the signal didn't go through. So she sent him a text message, hoping it would be delivered, but again no luck. Melissa bit her lip thoughtfully. What to do? Sit here and wait for someone to pass by, or go out herself to get help. But which way to go? Where would the connection start to catch? She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice the man approaching her. He knocked on the glass. Melissa flinched at first, then slowly looked up at him. The stranger waved his hand, urging her to roll down the window. The girl looked him over carefully from head to toe. She also looked back to see his car, which he had parked behind her car, but there wasn't much she could see in the thickening dusk. Finally, Melissa decided she had no choice anyway and rolled down her window. Hello, she nodded, stammering. Hello, girl. My name's Brian. Broken? He inquired. Broke down, Melissa confirmed uncertainly. Were you able to call for help, or is it not picking up a signal? He asked. It's not catching, Melissa admitted. I don't know what to do, Melissa said, confused. The man pulled something out of his pocket and held it out to the girl. What is this? She asked. My papers, he replied. I understand that you're afraid. That's why, well, I don't know. Take a picture of my passport. I just don't know how else to prove I'm a decent person. I don't have phone reception here either, so I suggest you come with me to a place where we can call for a tow truck. Then I'll drive you home. Thank you, Melissa nodded. Here, take your passport back. The photo won't help me in any way. I can't send it to anyone right now. But you seem like a good person to me. Besides, I don't really have a choice anyway. She opened the door and took her papers and her purse from the car. Let's go, she said. Brian, don't you know about cars? Maybe there's nothing wrong with it? And I just did something wrong, the girl asked suddenly. Well, try starting her up, the man suggested. Let's have a listen. Maybe we'll realize what's wrong. It won't start at all. I tried it, Melissa replied. Brian spread his hands. What's your name, by the way? He asked. Melissa, the girl introduced herself. You see, Melissa, I'm not very good with cars either. And it's dark already. I can't see anything. So. Yeah, sure, the girl nodded. She locked her car and they walked together towards Brian's car. Do you know how far it is to the nearest station? She asked. There's some sort of workshop at the entrance to town, he replied, but I don't know how good a job they do there. I can take you to the place where I used to get my car fixed. They do a good job there, and the prices are nice, and it's not much further. Okay, Melissa bit her lip nervously. You'll have to forgive me. It's inconvenient that you have to fuss with me. You probably have various things waiting for you. It's okay, Melissa. I can address you that way, can't I? The girl nodded. Let's talk, the man suggested with a smile, so you won't be so nervous. I'm a furniture maker. I go to the sawmill all the time. I buy materials for my work there. I know the road well, Brian said. And I have 2 small bakeries in town. I used to go to the small factory. They make really good jam there. Arrange for deliveries, Melissa replied. How interesting. You're so skinny and yet you work with bread. How's that? Brian smiled. Yeah, it's not quite clear yet, Melissa admitted. We'll have to take another trip. Or maybe, she added, my broken down car is a sign that I don't need to go there anymore. Well, I don't know. And they also say that obstacles only come in the way of something really good, the man informed her. Brian brought Melissa to the service. They have a tow truck, too. Let's make a deal. They'll go pick up your car, fix any problems, and then they'll call you. Melissa nodded. Thank you so much for not giving up and giving me a lift. You really helped me out a lot. Melissa, it's like you're saying goodbye to me. The man smiled. And I'm not going to leave just yet. Are you sure you can explain exactly where the car is parked? He asked. No, admitted the girl. I haven't memorized anything. I probably won't be able to tell you anything. Then let's go. Besides, I promised to take you home. That would already be unnecessary, Melissa replied. I've already taken up a lot of your time. Still, let me walk you home. It would make me feel better, Brian insisted. Melissa smiled embarrassedly. She liked the man's concern. No one had worried about her like this in a long time, and here was a stranger caring so much about her comfort and safety. Brian had made the arrangements for the tow truck and car repairs himself. Melissa merely dictated her phone number. Let's go, he suggested cheerfully as they walked out of the service. What's the address? Just don't say no. It's getting late. By the way, Melissa, can you tell me a secret? What's the name of your bakery? I wonder. I'd stop by, give it a try. Melissa smiled. How about we switch to you? She suddenly suggested. I agree, Brian nodded. Brian drove Melissa home, and she left him her phone number as promised. I guess I'll see you in a few days, he promised. Just call ahead of time, Melissa asked. I need time to bake a cake for you, and it's sure to be delicious. Melissa said goodbye to her assistant and walked into the entryway. The girl went up to the right floor and opened the door with her key. As soon as she stepped inside, Nicholas immediately looked out of the room. God, finally, Melissa. I've almost lost my mind. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? You're not answering your phone. I thought for sure I'd call the police in a couple more hours. Nicholas, calm down, please, she pressed against the man. Melissa, honey, what's wrong? Where have you been? I went to the settlement, remember, she clarified, to find out about the jam. How could I forget that? He nodded. And my car stalled right on the road in the woods. No phone reception. The man looked at the girl in horror. My girl, how on earth did you manage? You must have been so frightened. Very much so, she nodded. Thank goodness a car stopped. A man gave me a lift to the service. I was so scared to get in his car, but there was no way out. Anyway, my car will be taken away and repaired. They'll call in a few days to pick it up, Melissa finished briefly. And I'm home. Well, that's good, Nicholas could see that he had already calmed down. You're so smart. Totally made it through. Tired, I guess, Nicholas said. Tired, confirmed the girl, and hungry. And I'm hungry, agreed the man. I was so worried while you were away that I couldn't eat a bite. Let's go cook something. How was your day? Melissa felt like if they didn't talk now, she'd fall asleep just walking. Pretty good overall. The flour came in, the butter. I took everything in, checked everything out. Chloe rang tonight. She's going on sick leave. She's got a cold. But I found a replacement for her the day after tomorrow. Thanks, Melissa nodded. What would I do without you? My helper. Oh yes, Nicholas perked up. Also, the wedding planner called, says we need to discuss flowers. But here, I'm sorry, Melissa, I didn't get involved. Flowers aren't my area of expertise at all. I said you'd call her back tomorrow yourself. Melissa nodded. Yes, thank you very much. A couple of hours later, as she fell asleep, Melissa suddenly thought of Brian and smiled involuntarily. The man had an unusually attractive smile. His brown eyes seemed to envelop you with their warmth. Melissa loved Nicholas. They had been together for a long time. He has helped her so much with the business. He knows thoroughly how their bakery works. They make a great couple. And a wedding is the natural outcome of their relationship. But why is there such a sweet tingle in my chest at the thought of Brian? Finally, riding it off to the fatigue and excitement of the day, Melissa fell asleep. In the morning, Melissa drove to work as usual. Nicholas had some business to take care of today, so Melissa had to make her own way to the shop floor. She thought about her car and involuntarily thought about Brian. The man hadn't called yet. Melissa had his phone number, too. She had a terrible urge to dial his number. The shop was already in full swing. As always, the smell of freshly baked bread was delicious. As soon as Melissa appeared, Jennifer, the girl who had been the head pastry chef for several years, rushed over to her. Melissa, I made it up yesterday, she informed her. Melissa knew that Jennifer was an enthusiastic girl. She always had more than one project in the pipeline, so it was necessary to be specific. What did you come up with? Yes, I came up with a recipe for your wedding cake. I want to do something totally unique, and I came up with the whole thing yesterday. Come on, I'll show you around. Jennifer excitedly talked about the filling, but Melissa listened half-heartedly. Melissa, what's going on? She asked. It's like you don't care. I'm telling you about your wedding cake. Melissa nodded. I'm listening, she replied. I'm sorry, it's just that something happened yesterday, and I'm having a hard time coming to my senses. What happened? Jennifer asked immediately. Melissa told her about her adventures last night. Melissa. But it's not pleasant. Of course, all of it. But you have a wedding in a week. You've got to pull yourself together somehow. Get your mind right already. It's all just petty problems you don't understand. This man, Brian, who helped me, I think about him all the time. I know you can't, but I do. It's just that things with Nicholas and I have been kind of off lately. I think things are great with you too. You're such a beautiful couple. He loves you and you love him. Don't you think it's just wedding excitement and you're imagining things? No, it doesn't seem that way to me, she objected. Nicholas and I have always had a calm relationship. You know, the passion, the falling in love, never happened. You've joked yourself that he and I are like an old married couple. Everything was measured and calm. You were okay with that, weren't you? Jennifer reminded him. Sure, he's been working for me for almost 3 years now. We've been together that long, and he's not just my deputy. He's put his heart and soul into these bakeries. Melissa sighed. Especially since it doesn't work out with the kids either, and he puts up with it. Never a word of reproach. I thought that's the way it was supposed to be. That Nicholas was the best option for me, but lately we've lost that. He's still always there for me. Seems to always be there to comfort and support. But at the same time, it's like he's gone. He's distanced himself from me. And yesterday with this Brian guy, I never felt like that, you know. He's like I don't know, like my soulmate, like a person I have to have around. It's like an obsession. You know, I think as far as Nicholas is concerned, you're just tired of preparing for the wedding, especially since you've never argued as much as you have over her. You want a modest wedding, he wants a lavish one. It's clear that you're constantly clashing over little things, and it seems like you don't understand each other that well anymore. Jennifer smiled. Also, you should see this Brian guy again. What's that for? I've been thinking about him all morning already. Because you were tired and scared yesterday, and he helped you through a difficult situation. So you thought he was a prince on a white horse. And when you see him in a normal setting, all his charm disappears. You'll realize he's a perfectly ordinary man. Melissa nodded. I guess you're right. I was a little nervous last night. So what's up with the cake? That evening she called a taxi again, because Nicholas was still busy. She suddenly caught herself thinking that she had no idea what her fiancé had been doing all day today. She paid the cabbie and got out of the car. Melissa, she heard someone call out to her. The girl looked up and saw Brian walking towards her. Good evening. Evening. What are you doing here? She wondered. We switched to you yesterday, Brian reminded her. Here, take these. He handed her her car keys. The car's over there. She's fine. All the faults are fixed. I put more petrol in it, by the way. Melissa was taken aback. Brian, but it wasn't worth it. How much do I owe you for all this? Why did the service call you and not me? Yeah, I'm so embarrassed, Melissa said. I arranged for them to call me myself because I really wanted to see you again. And you don't owe me anything, he smiled, except for a cup of coffee. Why don't we go out? Sit for a while, just talk. I really enjoyed spending time with you yesterday. Melissa sighed. So much for realized he's a regular man. There seems to be absolutely nothing ordinary about Brian. Okay, she accepted the invitation, to her own surprise. So, what are you so lost in the morning? Jennifer asked. Did you have a fight with Nicholas? No, Nicholas wasn't home last night. I was asleep when he got home. Do you even know where he was? Jennifer asked. Or are you not interested in where your man spends his evenings? Yes, he went to a factory in the neighboring region, negotiating deliveries. It's a long journey. So he arrived late. What bad timing, Melissa spluttered. So what else happened? Brian brought my car to me yesterday. Can you believe he paid for everything? Went to the service and waited for me outside my house with my car. Didn't charge me any money either. Maybe he's a maniac and he's stalking you. Jennifer, what are you talking about? Melissa shook her head dejectedly. He's a good, honest man and so caring. So, girlfriend, he brought you the car. What happened next? Did you thank him, take the keys and go home? Not exactly. He took me to a cafe, and we sat there for about 4 hours. And kept talking. Jennifer, I've never had such a good time with anyone. My whole life just turned upside down. I thought I was going to live my whole life with Nicholas and never know what real feelings were. And now you see how it is. Are you trying to cancel the wedding? Melissa sighed and covered her face with her hands. I don't know. I don't understand. It's just that I'm in love, you know. And he has feelings for me too. Melissa sighed. He says he never believed in love at first sight, that he thought it was silly for schoolgirls, but he saw me. Jennifer sighed. You don't know him at all. Yes, I do. I understand everything, Melissa replied. And Nicholas has been by my side for so many years. He loves me, keeps me safe. He cares about my business like it's his own. And then, he's never once reproached me for not being able to give birth to him. For a man like Nicholas, any woman would give everything she has. And she waved her hand. Look, Jennifer looked at her friend. On the other hand, you have a right to be happy. And more importantly, Nicholas has that right too. If you don't love him anymore, maybe it's more honest to say so. After all, that would make 3 people unhappy at once. Say, Jennifer? Melissa jumped up and started pacing from corner to corner. Tell him what? That he spent so many years with me. raised my business with no expense spared. And now that I'm doing okay. No, it's not even okay. My business is doing just fine. I'm gonna quit. Do you know what that's called? That's betrayal. No, 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 no. You can't cancel the wedding. Melissa froze. I need to block this Brian's number and forget about him and just get ready for the wedding. Jennifer, just you please don't say anything to Nicholas, I beg you. I won't, Jennifer sighed. Of course I won't say anything. Melissa was determined. She had indeed blocked Brian's phone number. True, every night before she went to bed, she unblocked his number and looked at the messages on all the social media sites, hoping that he had called or texted her. But she hadn't heard from Brian, which is not surprising, really. I mean, she had told him she was getting married. Melissa realized that it seemed for the best, that it was the right thing to do. But despite that, she was angry with Brian and very nervous. Because of that, she was taking it out on Nicholas over nothing. They had already had several fights. The wedding was only 2 days away when Nicholas couldn't take it anymore. Melissa, what's going on? We've been fighting all the time lately. Isn't there anything you want to tell me? I'm having a stag party tomorrow and I don't feel like going to it. It feels like we're having a funeral instead of a wedding. Nicholas, what are you talking about? Melissa said indignantly. Well, it doesn't. Can't you see? The man wondered. We fight all the time over every little thing. And it's not just about the baker. It seems to me that absolutely everything annoys you. Melissa sank into a chair and covered her face with her hands, hiding from the world. She needed a moment to herself. Melissa flashed the urge to tell him everything, to confess. But she quickly brushed it away. No, that confession would only ruin everything. She'd been going to this life, this stability, for too long. She had feelings for Brian, but she didn't know him. It might not work out. And Nicholas is always with her, loving and supportive. Leaving Nicholas is not an option. Nicholas, you forgive me. She looked the man straight in the eyes. It's just that the wedding is just around the corner. I'm very nervous. So I'm taking it out on you over nothing. The girl waved her hands. The man smiled and knelt down in front of her. My good girl. I understand, he replied, just tired too. So anxious for it to be the day after tomorrow and for it to be over already. Me too, Melissa nodded. Me too. On the day of the wedding, Melissa was shaking. The girl was thinking about having to cancel the wedding again. She sat in front of the mirror, watching her hair being done, wondering why she was doing all this. Why hadn't she stopped everything 3 days ago? But then she remembered Nicholas, their conversation. She couldn't betray him, leave him. He was always with her, and she would be with him. Melissa took a deep breath, ordering herself to calm down. A few hours later, they were married. It was safe to exhale. The deed was done. Doubts no longer plagued her. Melissa tried to relax and take some pleasure in her own wedding. There weren't many guests, just the closest ones. They had gathered at the country estate. Oh, Melissa, her husband hugged her. I've invited another man to join us. I think we'll feed. We met the day before yesterday out of the blue and I. Melissa looked at Nicholas in surprise. Met the day before yesterday, and you immediately invited him to the wedding. He's a childhood friend of mine, a close friend. But we haven't seen each other in probably 15 years. And the day before yesterday, when we met, we didn't even have time to talk. So I thought, do you mind? No, I was just surprised. You're not prone to such spontaneous behaviors. Well, that makes sense now. Of course, let him come. I think we can safely feed one more person. Jennifer walked over to Melissa. Shall we talk? Her friend asked in a whisper. Let's not, Melissa asked. It's already over. We got married. Now we're going to live, hopefully happily ever after. And Brian? And Brian I'll forget, she replied. Melissa, her husband called out to her. Melissa turned around and was literally nose to nose with Brian. I'd like you to meet him, her husband broadcast cheerfully. This is my friend, my classmate. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Melissa felt dizzy and dark in her eyes. Hello, she mumbled. Melissa, are you okay? Nicholas became worried. You're all pale. You don't worry. Jennifer came to her rescue. Melissa just told me she's a little dizzy. It's not like she's eaten anything today. We're going to go to the table to get something to eat, and then we'll talk to you some more. Yes, of course, Nicholas replied. Melissa, maybe I should come with you? No, thanks. Melissa had already recovered a little. Is that him? Jennifer asked. Barely had they moved far enough away from the men. Yes, Melissa confirmed. How can that be? They've known each other since they were kids. Can you imagine? What if Brian tells about us knowing each other? Look, but he's not stupid, Jennifer replied. Jennifer continued. You told me 10 minutes ago that it was over. You made your decision, you got married. You're with Nicholas now, so get a grip. You're the bride today, you're the center of attention. Yes, Melissa replied. You're right. She looked at the guests who stood scattered around the table. We should do something, right? Let's go dancing, Melissa said firmly. The girl briskly approached her husband and Brian. Nicholas, I'm sorry I felt bad all of a sudden somehow, but I feel much better now. So I'm Melissa, and it's a pleasure to meet you. And I'm Brian, and it's a pleasure to meet you too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to steal my husband. Nicholas, let's dance. Are you sure you're feeling okay? Otherwise, I'm about to spin you round in a dance, and you'll get dizzy again. I'll be fine, Melissa promised, smiling wickedly. Brian, and I have a favor to ask of you. Please invite someone to dance too, or our guests are getting bored. Will do, Brian replied. The bride's wish is law. Melissa and Nicholas left to dance. The girl smiled at her new husband and tried to convince herself that everything was going great, and she truly loved him. All in all, the wedding went well. At one point, Brian just disappeared. That's when Melissa felt like she could finally relax. And from there, she had a lot of fun. She and Nicholas didn't get home until late at night. Are you tired? I want to get this dress off. But all in all, it's great. It was an awesome wedding, wasn't it? The girl smiled. Awesome, Nicholas agreed. A suggestion. Let's move our wedding night to tomorrow. Agreed, Melissa replied, very sleepy. The first few weeks of Melissa's married life passed. At first, it seemed to her that nothing had changed. Then she noticed that Nicholas had become even more caring and attentive than usual. Melissa, I think you'd better not go to work today, he said first thing in the morning. Maybe you should go to the beauty parlor or get a massage, Nicholas asked. Do I look that bad? Melissa wondered. Are you suggesting that I not drive to work today? Yesterday you said you needed to go on holiday. The day before yesterday there was something about a sanatorium. What's going on? Melissa, you look great, Nicholas mused. I didn't want to speak directly, but let's try having a baby again. You know what I've been thinking? You've always worked really hard. There were problems with the business, but we're doing well now. Maybe you should take some time off. Get some new emotions. Relax. Then we can make this work. Melissa, I suggest you work a little less temporarily, at least for a few months. Melissa bit her lip. Maybe we could try seeking medical help, she suggested. Well, I get it, Nicholas nodded. If it's okay with you, I'd give it a try. Melissa, I love you, and you're enough for me. But I think you should try every possibility before giving up. I agree. The girl nodded. Then we should go to the doctor. Nicholas nodded in agreement. Let's read about the different clinics. We need to pick a good one. Literally a couple of days later, they were already sitting at the doctor's appointment. Well, before we discuss anything, we need to take all the tests. You say you recently got married. Preparing for a wedding is usually a lot of stress. Perhaps the whole process is best put off for a few months. In any case, let's see the results of the tests first, and then we'll discuss further plans. Agreed, Melissa nodded. It had been almost 3 days since she'd had the tests. You're not angry, Nicholas asked at the end of the 3rd day, that I got you involved in all this? No, I want to figure it out too. You're right, we should give it a try. I have another surprise for you. Look. Nicholas pulled a large envelope out of his pocket. What's this? The girl wondered. Vacations to a sanatorium for 10 days. Wait, he interrupted Melissa, who tried to object to something. Hear me out. I'm not going. I talked to Jennifer. Nicholas continued. She's willing to keep you company. I'll keep an eye on things here. The business will be under control. You won't have anything to worry about. I first thought of buying a trip to Egypt or some other exotic country, but then I realized that a long flight and a drastic change of climate wouldn't be good for you right now. The doctor's appointment isn't for another fortnight, Melissa reminded him. Agree to it, Nicholas insisted. Okay. The girl agreed. Maybe really I should get some rest. Thank you for taking such good care of me. Melissa and Jennifer went on holiday. Your husband couldn't have thought of a more boring holiday for us, Jennifer resented. Why do you say that? Let's go to the mountains. I'm sure there's plenty of fun to be had there too. Jennifer sighed. Well, there's nothing to do. I'll have to figure out how to entertain myself. What makes him think you need a holiday anyway? We've been to the clinic. We've decided to try IVF. I've done the tests. And the next appointment isn't for another fortnight. So I wouldn't be nervous, and I wouldn't have to wait unnecessarily. Wow. That's a big decision. For some reason, I thought you had already closed that topic. Jennifer frowned. I was under the impression that Nicholas didn't want any more children, but in the sense that he's calmed down, accepted the fact that you can't get pregnant. I thought you were happy for us, Melissa wondered. I am happy, it's just unexpected. You've only been married 2 weeks and the subject came up right away. And I think it's legitimate. We're an official family now. Maybe you're right, Jennifer replied. On the 3rd day of their holiday, Melissa received a phone call from Nicholas. Honey, we have an emergency, he informed her. How could we not have thought this through? What happened? Nicholas, don't scare me, Melissa exclaimed. They came to the bakery to check the counters. You know it's important. The inspection is coming up, and I don't have power of attorney. I need the owner of the premises. Did you talk to him? What do we do now, Nicholas? I'll buy a ticket for the next plane. No, wait, Melissa. I didn't mean to call you. Nicholas cursed. Damn, I didn't mean to worry you. It's just that the test will probably be as early as Wednesday. You won't have time to go back and get everything done. Why don't you go to the notary, get a power of attorney for me? If you get it done today, they'll have the meters changed by tomorrow. Melissa hesitated for a moment. Okay, she finally said, I'll figure it out now. There's probably a notary here. The girl said goodbye to her husband. What, work again? Jennifer frowned unhappily. Are you resting at all? Maybe I should go bake something in the meantime? She grinned. And where are you going to bake? Melissa laughed. I'll go to the mess hall and cry. Maybe they'll let me in. replied her friend. Okay. What did your husband come up with? Oh, it's nothing. Listen, Jennifer, you get some rest. Go get your treatments. I'll be fine on my own. Are you sure? A friend asked. I can come with you. No, Melissa refused. I'll just go to the notary. There's a document that needs to be drawn up. Melissa found the notary just a few streets away from the sanatorium. You'd think Nicholas had chosen this place on purpose. There was no queue, and Melissa was quickly invited into the office. The girl explained the situation. Excuse me, is it possible to draw up a power of attorney somehow so that he can do these counters? I don't know. Take the goods. But that the really important matters are left to me to decide. You don't trust your husband? The notary looked at the girl with interest. It's not that I don't trust him, Melissa replied. It's just that I don't think decisions like this are made spontaneously. I'd like to think it over again. I'd rather do that when I get home. Wise, the notary agreed. Okay, see what we can include in your power of attorney. A couple of hours later, Melissa was already at the express delivery service. She paid the fastest rate and sent her husband a copy of the power of attorney before doing so. Nicholas, I already sent the original, but even the fastest delivery service won't have it until the day after tomorrow. I get it, honey, but that's okay. The important thing is that the power of attorney is already in place. I'll decide the rest. Get some rest. I'm sorry I ruined your whole day. Nicholas called the girl again late at night. Melissa was about to go to bed. Tell me, are you kidding me? Nicholas asked. What's wrong? It's just that I realized today that my spouse me doesn't trust me at all. You know, Melissa, it even hurts. You spent so much money for the sake of giving me the right to have the meter sealed. Melissa, I just want to understand you. What am I to you? A free servant. Nicholas, stop saying that, please, Melissa interrupted him. Look, decisions like this aren't made spontaneously like this. Let me come back and we'll have a proper discussion about what to write in this power of attorney. Or now it's just the way it is. I'm just offended that you didn't even want to talk to me. You just went straight for me. What kind of relationship do we have? The girl asked. It's just that I wanted my wife to trust me more. Especially since I've proven to her year after year that I'm a great employee and more concerned about the well-being of her firm than anyone else. Melissa, I put my heart and soul into your bakery. I've worked hard and spared no effort or time. I know, Nicholas, and I really appreciate it. I really do. And I should have made a power of attorney for you a long time ago. It's just that I want us to talk things over together. Maybe even divide up our responsibilities a little differently. I'm sorry, Nicholas asked. Something about reading that piece of paper made me feel so hurt. It seemed like you didn't appreciate what I was doing at all. I do, Nicholas. I appreciate it all very much. Okay, her husband sighed. You forgive me again. And it's time for you to rest now. Good night. For the rest of the week, Melissa and her husband never called again. They talked every day, of course, but they both preferred to do it by correspondence. The girl had never had such a serious argument with Nicholas before, and she had no idea what awaited her when she returned home. On the last day of their holiday, Melissa and Jennifer decided to go out into the city and have dinner in some restaurant. They found a place with a nice view beforehand and made a reservation. Feel like going home? Jennifer asked. Very much. I miss work, don't you? Jennifer nodded and laughed. You and I are kind of crazy, she said. I miss work specifically too. Melissa's phone rang. Nicholas? Jennifer asked. Whereupon Melissa glanced at the screen and saw a completely different name there. Yes, she answered. Jen, he and I haven't spoken in so many days. You don't take offense. I'm going to step away for a bit. Brian, hello. I didn't expect you to call me. Hello, Melissa. I think we've moved on to you." "Good," the girl nodded. "I didn't expect you to call me. Actually, I've been thinking about whether or not to call for a while now. And then I ran into Nicholas today and decided I should call. You're coming back from holiday tomorrow." "You even know I've been on holiday," the girl marveled. Nicholas did say, "So, tomorrow what time can I meet you and drive you home? We need to talk. It's really important." "I'm not holidaying alone, with a friend. I don't think it would be good for her to see you at the airport." "Is it really important? Maybe we can discuss it some other time," Melissa asked. "It took me a long time to decide to have this conversation. I didn't know if I even had the right, if I should get involved. Anyway, please, let's talk and as soon as possible. If it's for tomorrow, I'll be back in the morning. My husband will be at work. I'll drop my stuff off at home and write." "Okay," Melissa offered. "I'll be waiting," Brian replied. "Thanks for saying yes." Melissa turned back to her friend. "Did you make up?" Jennifer asked. "We didn't really seem to be fighting," replied Melissa. "We just didn't understand each other." "So, is he coming to meet us tomorrow?" "No, he can't," she shook her head negatively. "He has an important work meeting." The next day, Melissa and Jennifer returned home from the airport. They had driven themselves. Nicholas really didn't meet them. Melissa was disappointed. She thought her husband would still cancel and come to pick her up. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 10 days. She went up to their flat, left her suitcase in the hallway, and went into the kitchen. Everywhere was in order. The girl opened the fridge. Inside, she found a pot of soup and a pan of cutlets. Melissa smiled in surprise. What a caring and thoughtful husband she had. No, she had known before that Nicholas was a good cook, but he hadn't been particularly fond of it before. Melissa pulled out her phone and dialed Nicholas's number. She had already called him from the airport. He knew she was in town and asked her to call again when she got home. But this time no one answered the phone. Apparently, Nicholas' negotiations weren't over yet. Melissa decided that she should take advantage of her free time and call Brian. After all, she had promised. The girl really hoped that the man was not going to confess his feelings to her, because already in their relationship, everything was extremely complicated. They agreed to meet in the nearest park in half an hour. Melissa only had time to change her clothes and ran straight to the meeting. "You just flew in recently, didn't you?" Brian remarked. "I thought we were meeting later. You must be really tired. And if you want to, how about a coffee shop?" "No, thanks." "Brian, why don't you tell me what you were going to tell me? Please. I don't have that much time. And to be honest, there's still a lot to do." The man sighed heavily. "I want to apologize straight away," he pronounced, "for going to hurt you. I really weighed the pros and cons 100 times, but I figured you should still know." "What is it? You're scaring me." "Nicholas has a second family." "What?" Melissa stared at the man in shock. "A family? You must be confused about something. There's just no such thing." "Let me tell you," Brian said, squeezing her hands. "Listen to me." "Okay," Melissa replied, stammering. "Just don't touch me. Tell me." "I live on Maple Street in Building 37. I recently moved there, bought a new flat, and just 2 days before your wedding, I ran into Nicholas there. He was loading stuff into his car, dishes, books. I noticed him because I had just been in a similar situation myself, and then I saw that he was my mate. I came over and we got to talking. There was a girl and a boy of about 5 with Nicholas. I naturally assumed it was his family, but he dismissed it and said he was just helping them. See, he was just helping out. Melissa seized on his last words. I would have thought so too, but as I was leaving, I heard the boy call Nicholas Daddy. Melissa was silent for a long time. I don't know what to tell you to that, Maybe you heard it. Maybe the boy was calling someone else, and not Nicholas. And why didn't you say anything to me before the wedding, or at the wedding? Melissa, well, imagine it. I see my old mate with his family. No surprise to me at all about the situation. He invited me to the wedding, of course. Well, there could be a lot of possibilities here. Melissa nodded her head in agreement. Well, yes, that's understandable, she replied. When I saw you, I was pretty confused. It's not like I didn't know you were going to be Nicholas' fiancée. And then, there was always the option that that girl was his ex-wife, and you know. Anyway, I tried to find out from Nicholas that day at the wedding, but he just brushed me off and then avoided me. If I had seen some other girl at the wedding instead of you, I probably would have just put the whole thing out of my mind. Brian smiled warmly at the girl. I really liked you. Well, that's no secret to you, of course. Melissa only sighed sadly. Thank you, of course, she replied. But I know it's not my feelings you're worried about right now. Brian nodded. Anyway, after your wedding, I decided to figure things out on my own. It didn't turn out to be difficult. This girl, her name is Chris, by the way, remembered me. She saw me talking to Nicholas that day. Anyway, at first we just said hello. I remembered what time she picked up her son from daycare, and I tried to run into her more often. Then I was somehow surprised that she was the only one picking up the child, and that I didn't see Nicholas at all. Anyway, one evening I got lucky. Chris was coming home with some large bags. I offered to help. She said yes. We got to talking. And what did she tell you? Melissa asked. She knows about me, but for one thing, she confirmed that she and Nicholas are family. So yeah, she probably knows about you. She said that Nicholas has a difficult project, both personal and work, and that it's hard for her alone, that it's hard to wait. But she supports him completely and believes everything will be okay. Melissa lowered her head dejectedly. Okay, she nodded. Finally having a baby with him I can understand. I couldn't give birth, but how old is the boy? You said he's already in daycare? Yes, he's 5. I asked Chris, have they really been living all these years without Nicholas' help? She said it was complicated, and that he never left, was there for them all the time. God been there for me the whole time. God, I can't believe he's been deceiving me for so many years. Tell me, how could I have been so inconsiderate? How did I manage not to notice anything? I don't know, Melissa. There are 2 possibilities here. Either you loved him too much and didn't pay attention to his flaws, or, Brian hesitated. I didn't love him at all and didn't care about him or his life, Melissa finished for him. Melissa was silent for a long time. Isn't there a third option? She finally asked. I don't know, Brian shrugged. How did you 2 meet in the first place? I was just starting my business at the time. Melissa began to recount. I opened my first little bakery. It was very difficult for me. Once my bakery started generating revenue, I hired my first employee right away. It was difficult to find a person because I was looking for a loader, a storekeeper, and many others. And Nicholas agreed right away and proved himself to be a great employee. I could rely on him for everything. And over the years we got used to being together all the time. I thought he was the only person I could trust completely. And I didn't care about him. I just thought things had been clear between us for a long time. But you don't love Nicholas? Brian asked. I got used to him. Melissa nodded. I was even embarrassed sometimes because he always said he loved me very much. It sounds like Nicholas managed you well, Brian remarked. Except why? He and I used to talk a few years ago about making him an equal partner in the business, that he'd buy out my share. But I don't know why I kept putting it off. It's probably my own fault. I created this situation. He's been with me for so many years helping me, Melissa sighed. I want to remind you that he's had a second family for a long time too. So he's been cheating on you for years, Brian said. Melissa shuddered. What am I supposed to do now? She asked. I don't know, Brian replied, but I'm willing to help you. I wish I understood. Help with what? I'm so clueless about what I should do, Melissa sighed. While I was on holiday, Nicholas asked me to make a power of attorney. And did you make one? Yes, Melissa nodded, but not the kind he wanted. I only gave him authority to do certain things, seal meters, take delivery of goods. Anyway, there's nothing serious in the power of attorney. And how did he react? We had a fight. He accused me of mistrust. It turns out he was right. I didn't trust him. I don't know why. But it turns out you were right not to trust him in the end, Brian remarked. I'm sorry, but I think you need a divorce. We don't have anything in common yet. Am I right? Brian said. Yes, replied Melissa, the business is mine, and we live in his flat. Do you have a place to live? No, Melissa replied, not right now, but I'll get myself something. We have to move out. I realize you can't do that. The girl wrapped her arms around her shoulders. I'm so scared, she admitted. You have no idea how much doubt I had before the wedding. I almost canceled it twice. So you felt something? Suspected? I didn't feel anything. I was in love with you. That's why I wanted to. Melissa waved her hand hopelessly. What did you say? He asked. You fell in love with me. I'm sorry, Brian. That's not what I meant. Let's talk about this later. Okay, but let me help you out. Remember I told you I recently moved into a bigger flat? I remember, Melissa replied. Anyway, my old flat didn't go anywhere. I didn't sell it. No one lives there now. Move in there for now. I'll help you move your stuff. I think you should move in first and then talk to your husband. It's not really fair, but it's safer. Nicholas has done a great deal to take over your business. I don't think he'll just let you go. Melissa glanced at her watch. You're right, and I need to run home right away. I'll pretend everything's fine tonight, and then tomorrow, when he leaves for work, I'll pack as much as I can in time. Can you come over? Yeah, anytime. Just give me a call, Melissa. Don't worry too much. It'll all work out. Brian, I'm sorry I took it out on you like that. It'll be fine. I was the one who offered to help. Melissa returned home. Her husband arrived literally 15 minutes later. Luckily, the girl had time to change into her home clothes and get comfortable on the couch. You have prepared so much, she exclaimed, coming out to her husband. However, now she wasn't sure if it was her husband who had cooked. It feels so good. I haven't eaten. I've been waiting for you, Melissa said. No kidding, Nicholas put his arm around her. But you can't do that. You and I agreed that you would think of yourself first. I am thinking, she replied. I didn't feel like eating at all. I wanted to talk to you. I really missed you, Nicholas smiled. How was your rest? Nicholas listened patiently to his wife's story. Melissa was watching him closely now. She saw that he was distracted a couple of times, diving somewhere into his own thoughts. He was clearly not interested in what she was telling him, but Nicholas held on. Nicholas, you're falling asleep. Shall we go to bed? She suggested. Yes, let's get tucked in already. I think we need to discuss the power of attorney situation. We will, Melissa smiled. We'll talk it over tomorrow. I'll go to the shop and then straight to the bakeries themselves. I want to reevaluate everything we do and think about how to divide our responsibilities properly. Will you come with me? I have a lot of work to do tomorrow. You know I still haven't found suitable suppliers of flour, sugar. Yes, and the quality of the butter is not too satisfactory to me. I'm going to the country again tomorrow. I'll probably be back by nightfall. Let's go to the notary the day after tomorrow. That's a great idea, Melissa approved. We'll do that. But we'll have to coordinate it somehow. Before we go to the notary, you'll draw up your version of the power of attorney. I'll do mine and we'll compare notes. Thank you, Melissa, her husband hugged her. You're such a smart girl. I love you so much. Melissa squirmed and nodded. I'm very lucky to have you, she replied. The next day, first thing in the morning, Melissa drove to work. She kept feeling like she was missing something really important, but there was no way she could figure out what. What's up? Jennifer asked. It's hard to get into work after a holiday. How was your husband? He must have been very happy to have you back. Why? Melissa nodded slowly. Yeah, he was glad. Look, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about work. I've been gone a whole 10 days after all. Gotta check things out, see how things are going, Melissa said. I recognize, my friend. You can't be out of work. You're newlyweds and you're acting like, Jennifer replied. Melissa disappeared into her office and immediately dialed Brian's number. You were right yesterday, she said. Nicholas brought up the arrangement right away. I'm at work right now. I need about an hour. I want to check on a few things. Then I'll go straight to packing. He said he'll be gone all day. I'll drive over to your house. I'll meet you there in an hour, Brian replied. Thank you so much for helping, the girl replied. She checked the accounts, making sure that if Nicholas was stealing anything, it wasn't on a large scale. Then, of course, she would need to check everything exactly. But for now, Melissa called the accountant. Mrs. Beatrice, will you please coordinate all payments with me now? Even the smallest ones. My husband no longer handles the payment issues. Okay, Melissa, I understand. But my husband doesn't need to talk about it yet. He and I will talk it over later. Just get through today. Please. Melissa finished her business and left the office. Jennifer, she called out to her friend. Hold on, Jennifer spoke into the phone. Yes, Chris, that's right. I'll call you back. Melissa listened. It didn't seem like it to her. Jennifer had just called out Chris' name. Melissa, what did you want? Jennifer asked. Melissa blinked slowly. Sorry, I'm all in my own thoughts today. I can't seem to get myself together properly. Jennifer, sorry for the indiscreet question. Who were you talking to? My cousin, Jennifer looked at her friend perplexed. Yes, I remember. Her name is Chris. She has a son, right? And I think she's raising him all by herself. Yeah, she's got a bad man. She's been torturing herself over him for years, Jennifer replied. Melissa curled her lips. She could barely contain her emotions. A friend, a best friend. She just couldn't help but know that her cousin's lover was Nicholas. So she had kept quiet for so many years, and maybe even supported her sister. But what if she's the one who introduced them? Doesn't your sister want to work for us? Melissa grinned. Maybe she'd feel better then. Jennifer looked at her friend strangely. Well, I'll ask, I guess. But she didn't seem to be looking for a job. Okay, Melissa replied. I'm off. I probably won't be back tonight. I'll need to talk to you tomorrow. Brian was waiting for Melissa outside the house. What's wrong? He asked immediately. You're not wearing your face. How did you even get here? Melissa waved her hand. If I start talking now, I'll probably burst into tears and won't be able to stop. They went up to the flat. Thankfully, Nicholas wasn't there. Melissa quickly threw the first thing she could find into her suitcase. Brian hadn't come to her empty-handed. He had brought a suitcase and 2 bags. And you're very thoughtful. The girl smiled slightly. I'm lucky to have you. The girl stuffed all the bags with things. I'll pick up the rest after the divorce, she decided. Brian carried all of the girl's things to the car. Why don't you leave your car here for now? He suggested. You're so pale. You shouldn't be driving. Let me at least move it a couple of yards away, Melissa replied. I don't want Nicholas to know where my car is. Brian brought the girl back to his flat. There you go. After a little tour, he said, Here are the keys. Have you got your phone? I bought you some more food. Over there in the bags, there's cereal, butter, salt, flour. Basically, what you'll need for the first time. But it's not all there, of course. We still have to go to the shop. If you want, we can do it now. You don't have a car. No, Melissa replied. Later, everything later. Did you happen to buy any brews? The girl asked. I'd really like some tea. And to catch my breath in general, to think. I have, replied the man. Let me put the kettle on. Will you tell me what happened? I'll tell you, Melissa replied. When you said the name Chris, I thought I'd heard it somewhere before. So Brian asked, do you know her? Indirectly, replied the girl. She's my best friend's cousin, the same one who works for me. So tomorrow, she sighed, I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. You'll get through it. Nicholas started calling Melissa around 10 p.m. She immediately sent him a text saying she was fine. She wouldn't be coming overnight, but would be at work tomorrow after 11 and would explain everything. Melissa decided that she'd better work things out with her husband and her friend there. There would be other people there after all. Melissa didn't know why, but she was afraid of Nicholas. She filed for divorce this morning. She imagined how ridiculous it looked, just married and divorced. They couldn't live together just to keep people from thinking badly of them. Melissa arrived at work in a depressed mood. For the first time in her life, she opened the door of her own shop with this fear. Nicholas was already there. Nicholas jumped out to meet his wife. Were you out of your mind? Where have you been? Didn't you come to spend the night? You think I didn't notice your things were gone. Melissa, you're my wife, and you're acting. Oh, your wife? Melissa replied. Let's not yell. There are people around here. Let's go to the study. We'll talk there. Hi, Jennifer walked up to them. Are you all right? Nicholas said you haven't been home overnight. I'm fine, Melissa replied. Come by my place a little later today, please. We'll sign the termination papers and you can pick up your paycheck. What? Jennifer looked at her friend perplexed. I don't understand. And I'll explain, she replied, first to Nicholas and then to you. You just wait. You'd think I'd have a choice, she replied. Nicholas entered the office following Melissa. Well, I think I've got it all figured out, he grinned. Yeah, Melissa arched her eyebrows. And what did you realize? You're not interested in me anymore, he replied. You used me to the fullest. Boosted your business, promoted yourself. Now you're firmly on your feet. That's it. You don't need a husband anymore. You went to the sanatorium on purpose and left me in charge. Didn't you like it? Then you don't like me as a manager. Melissa silently applauded her husband. And you're an artist, she said finally. Well prepared. Of course you've had all night to think about it. And your second wife, your son, they have nothing to do with this situation, do they? She asked. Nicholas clearly hadn't expected Melissa to know about his second family. The man's eyes went wide. So Melissa saw a flicker of panic on his face, but he quickly pulled himself together. Melissa, it's not what you think. Good, she nodded. Tell me how it really is. Yes, I have a son, but me and his mother, we're not in a relationship. I just help her out with money. I see the boy sometimes too, very rarely. Yeah, so how did your son come into the world? She grinned. But I don't hide it. I made a mistake. I made a mistake once. I was drunk, and that's what happened. I wanted her to have an abortion, and I only found out she'd given birth when the baby was a year old. Melissa shrugged her shoulders. Please, the girl pleaded, stop it. It sounds so awful. I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to think of you as that kind of person, Nicholas. Melissa shook her head. You lied to me all the time. Our life, everything I valued, everything I believed in, all lies. Oh, I can't be with a man like that. You're fired. We don't work together anymore. I filed for divorce this morning. I will now alert all employees that they are to report to me immediately if they see you on our shop floor or in the bakery." Nicholas looked at his wife for a long moment. "How did you know?" he finally asked. Jennifer couldn't stand it. "She's been threatening to tell me for a long time." Melissa grinned. "No, your accomplice didn't tell me anything. I don't think she would ever tell me. She was just scaring you. After all, she couldn't help but know what betrayal is. I can't forgive." Melissa brushed away the tears that had come. "You've robbed me of two good employees, my best friend and my husband. But just explain to me why I wasted so many years on your business." "I never said a word to you, Melissa. I never denied you anything. I was just there for you, always working, always working. If you'd agreed to make me co-owner 5 years ago, things would have been easier. The two of us could have run the bakery and I would have told you the truth, that I don't never have. I'd have gone to Chris, and you'd have found another man a long time ago and been on your own. But no, you're not happy with that. The business is all yours." Melissa sighed bitterly. "But I told you right away that this was my baby, that I wouldn't give my bakeries to anyone. But Nicholas, it's not like I kept you around to force you to work for me. I've offered you several times to start your own business. I was willing to help you even financially, but you always refused." The man grinned. "Of course. First I'd slave for you, and then I'd have to start all over again. Why all of a sudden? Because of you, my favorite woman has suffered for so many years. Chris has to wait all the time." "Chris is your fool because she believes you," Melissa grinned. "You don't love her. You don't do that to the ones you love. And I was a fool because I believed you. But I don't anymore. Get out of here and don't come near my business or me again. I'm not giving you a divorce that easy. We're going to divorce through the courts. I'll get my share." "Try me," Melissa replied. Her husband was already at the door when he suddenly stopped again. "You never told me how you found out about Chris," he reminded. "Is it that important?" Melissa asked tiredly. A terrible apathy suddenly came over her. She was giving all her energy to talking to her husband. "Your friend said," she replied. "Apparently they're sick of you playing with two women at once." "Who exactly said that?" "Ask them yourself," Melissa replied. "Go away, Nicholas, or I'll call the police." The man slammed the door angrily and sprinted out of the office. Melissa's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and smiled slightly. "Hi. You sure have a voice," Brian muttered. "You okay? Need any help?" "I filed for divorce. Talked to my husband. He's got his heart set on going to court for now. We'll see what happens next. Still need to talk to Jennifer," Melissa reported. "Jennifer's a friend?" Brian asked. "Ex-girlfriend," replied Melissa. "Melissa, can I come over in about 40 minutes? I have a conversation to have with you, and then I want to take you to lunch to take your mind off things for a bit." "A conversation?" Melissa asked. "A good one, an important one, not a bad one," replied the man. "I know it's really hard for you right now. Hang in there." "Thanks," the girl sighed. "I'm waiting for you then." Melissa just sat in the silence of her office for a few minutes and then went to find Jennifer. "Did you talk to Nicholas?" she asked her former friend. "Do you know what this is about?" "Melissa," Jennifer looked up at her with guilty eyes. "I didn't mean to, really. I'm sorry if you can." "Yeah, I'm not the one who brought them together. You don't think I did. They met without me somehow. Chris tracked him down on purpose. It's my fault, of course, for admiring Nicholas and your relationship so much, telling her so much. So she got jealous. And it wasn't Nicholas's fault either. She seduced him." "Cool. It wasn't everyone's fault and everyone lied to me. And their son, by the way, is 5 years old. Did it never once occur to you in 5 years that it might hurt me too? That I was living a lie all the time?" "No, It was okay for you to look me in the eye every day, to listen to me prepare for my wedding. And remember when you told me about Brian? I told you that you should cancel, that you should tell Nicholas the truth, that you shouldn't marry him. I wanted you to leave him, to start a new life. Jennifer. That was a month ago. Melissa sighed tiredly. You had plenty of opportunities to tell me the truth before that, but you chose to keep quiet. Have pity on me. I don't have the energy to listen to any more of your excuses today. Sign all the papers and leave. I agree to fire you on your own recognizance. And who will work in my place? Jennifer grinned. Yeah, your whole lauded bakery will fall apart without me. Melissa grinned. You're forgetting the fact, she replied, that I'm not a bad technologist either. After Jennifer left, Melissa contacted her accountant. There will need to be a full audit, she said. I already realized yesterday that you suspected your husband of something, so I started an audit. I always check the accounts thoroughly, and I'm sure there are no errors in the internal records. But recently your husband changed oil suppliers and the bills went up significantly. I was surprised at the time, and he said the quality of the new oil was much better. Today, forgive me for being amateurish, I called the new suppliers, introduced myself as a potential new customer, and asked them to invoice me for 50 liters of oil. Well, they charged me a lower price. Looks like Nicholas was working on kickbacks. Perfect, Melissa sighed. Now it turns out we need to check all the suppliers. That's easy. And in doing so, we don't have someone to do Nicholas' current job. Great. Melissa was very frustrated. If she could handle production on her own, everything else. Soon there was a knock on the door. Yeah, hi. Brian peeked into the office. How are you doing in here? Still alive? Barely, Melissa sighed. Come on in. Do you want coffee? Only with fresh pastries, he smiled broadly. You smell mind-blowing in here. Following Brian, another man entered the office. Meet Tom, a close friend of mine. Let's talk, Melissa replied, still not quite sure what was going on. This is my resume, he informed her, due to life circumstances. I'm looking for a job, and Brian said I might be a good fit. Melissa looked at Tom's resume. His track record was impressive. Can I ask? She finally tore herself away from the resume. The man nodded. That's what I'm here for. When your last place of employment was with a very large company, and as far as I know, the pay there is excellent. Why did you quit? My son got sick. Once a week, sometimes a little more often, sometimes less often, I have to take him to the hospital during the day, which means taking a few hours off work. I could work that time earlier or later, but you see, my current firm is not happy with the situation. I need money for my son's treatment, and I need a job where I can schedule my own hours. Melissa, I don't know your middle name. Just Melissa. I can stay late until 10:11. If I understand, the girl nodded. Tom, let's give it a try. I don't care at all how much time you spend at work. All that matters to me is that the job gets done, and I'm sure we can adjust to your son's treatment schedule. Brian, the girl smiled slightly at the man. Thank you so much for that. You are simply my savior. Come on, I'll treat you to something delicious. I need to talk to you. Am I coming to work or home? He asked. Home, Melissa replied. I'll be home around 7. Brian knew that the girl would soon be facing a court hearing. Nicholas refused to divorce for nothing, and yet he had filed for property division. How are you doing? Brian asked. Barely, Melissa opened the door. Nervous a lot, she nodded. Can't find a place to be. What do you smell so good? Immediately the man smelled it. It's a pie from a new recipe I baked. I want to try to sell it at the bakery. You're the first to taste it. I'll take it to the guys at the shop. Don says this is his most delicious workplace. I keep forgetting to ask you, how do you two work together? Brian said. I know from him that he's pleased. Has thanked me 100 times already. I'm pleased too. In fact, he works even better than Nicholas. Doesn't argue, doesn't come up with any complicated schemes. Everything is quick and clear. Well, I'm just glad. Brian, tell me everything will be okay tomorrow, Melissa suddenly pleaded. Of course it will be, he marveled. Melissa, we've discussed this 100 times, both the two of us and the lawyer. The bakeries are yours. He was just working for you under an employment contract. You made no promises to him. But he's still my husband. Yes, only he married you because he wanted to take over your business. Calm down and treat me to your wonderful pie. Brian, I actually didn't just want to talk about the trial, she remembered. Yeah? Brian was surprised. I thought you couldn't think of anything else today. Did something else happen? I've been living in your flat for over a month now and I haven't paid you a penny. You can't do that. I've talked to a realtor, looked at a few flats, but to tell you the truth, they're all much worse than yours. And I love it here. I feel totally at peace here. Anyway, Brian, please let you start charging me rent. Melissa, what are you talking about? Well, I can't just live here for free. I keep feeling like it's wrong. Melissa, I wanted to talk to you about this after court. Thought you needed some time. But since you're putting me in this situation, let's talk about it today. About what? The girl wondered. The rent, I'm not going to charge you. Well, Brian, Melissa began to object. You just don't understand. Let me finish, Brian pleaded. I'm not pressuring you. I understand divorce isn't easy. You're worried about your bakeries. But the way I felt about you when I first saw you hasn't gone anywhere. And I know you still have those feelings, too. I'm just waiting for the right time for you to let it all go a little bit and be ready to get on with your life. So, first of all, my future girlfriend needs to live in a nice and safe place. Secondly, there's no way I'm charging her rent. So just settle down and live here. There is, however, one more option. What's that? Melissa asked, biting her lip. You could move into the flat where I live now. And where are you going? Melissa didn't understand. Brian bowed his head, waiting for her to understand. Aha, Melissa finally stretched out. No, I'm sorry. I'm not ready for that yet. The next day in the courtroom, the girl was very nervous. She could feel her voice shaking as she answered the judge's questions. Nicholas, on the other hand, was very aggressive. He was snapping, several times started shouting at Melissa, and even at the judge. Of course, this played a role. The divorce went through and the bakeries were left to Melissa. Mrs. Vanessa, the girl hugged her lawyer. You've helped me so much. Melissa, well, you and I have discussed 1,000 times that this is exactly how it was going to be. You did good, you held up well, even though you were nervous. I'll appeal later. Nicholas flew up to them. You're not just going to get rid of me like that. Melissa sighed convulsively and looked at Mrs. Vanessa. She only shook her head negatively. The decision here is unequivocal. You have nothing to worry about. You don't even have to go to future trials if there are any. Melissa, forget this story and be happy. After leaving the courthouse, Melissa wandered the streets for almost 2 hours and then remembered that her phone was lying switched off in her bag and she hadn't told anyone how the trial had ended. She hurriedly removed it from her purse. Sure enough, there were missed calls from colleagues, parents, and as many as 5 from Brian. He was the first one the girl called. Finally, he answered instantly. Melissa, I almost lost my mind. Were you in court that long? No, it ended 2 hours ago. I was out for a walk. You should have at least let me know you were okay. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Oh, how did it go? Great. Melissa smiled. I'm not married anymore. He wasn't able to sue me out of the bakery. So I'm really, really glad. I'm glad too. Listen, Melissa, you probably got a call from work, didn't you? They did, she confirmed. I'm the one who put everyone on edge. I'm sorry. I was worried. Nice to meet you, Melissa said. Listen, as your future girlfriend, I wanted to invite you over for a celebratory dinner tonight. Will you come? I'd love to, Brian replied, just in time to discuss the coming of that very future. Oligarch bought her back from her master and brought her home. Emma didn't know her mother, and the woman left the girl to her father and herself went off to arrange her own better life, leaving no information about her location, no phone number, and no information about where Emma would look for her when the girl grew up. Perhaps she just didn't want a family, wasn't ready, didn't want to take on the responsibility, wasn't confident in the reliability and solvency of her husband, or just couldn't get into the feelings and emotional attachment to her own child. Whatever it was, the girl never learned anything about the one who gave her life. The father stubbornly refused to talk on the subject. Photos and documents she could not find either. Emma didn't feel much love from her father, Mr. Ben Slow. The man was always busy with work, found hundreds of excuses not to spend a lot of time with the child, and constantly shifted all the obligations to raise the girl to the nannies and numerous women he so often brought to his home. For a long time, Emma did not realize what exactly her father was doing. And then one day, her quest to discover the darker side of the man led to terrible consequences she hadn't even realized. It would have been better if she had not known what the man did and how much money they used to live such a carefree and even idle life. Emma grew up in a well-to-do, albeit incomplete, family. Her father catered to her every whim, buying her literally anything she wanted. It was his way of paying off the girl's demand for attention and care. He simply gave her very impressive sums of money, so that she did not need anything and did not demand from him to give back. At first, Emma took offense at this attitude on the part of the man. She threw scandals and hysterics, but soon she got used to it. She began to cover her need for attention and care with casual connections and numerous acquaintances which she made in clubs, bars, and at various events. Such behavior seemed unacceptable to Mr. Ben Slow, but he did not interfere, giving the girl the opportunity to fully enjoy her youth. But soon he began to notice that the girl's behavior was crossing all boundaries, and it was time to set limits to prevent the girl from ruining herself and her life. But had Mr. Ben Slow known how it would end, probably would have left it alone. Wouldn't have tried to change Emma and set her straight, because in the end she became the person he despised most in his life. "Dad, give me the money." Once again Emma approached the man, about to spend another night filled with entertainment and casual acquaintances. $1,000 is enough for me tonight. Michael promised to pay for me. But knowing today's guys, that's not exactly how it's going to work out. "Where are you going?" "You promised we'd study for our upcoming exams today. You're 17 now, it's time to get your head round it. Don't you think so?" The man looked at Emma with undisguised displeasure. The girl was vulgarly dressed, brightly colored. She smelt a pungent odor of perfume and something else, the faint smell of tobacco. The girl abruptly took a step back, creating some space between her and her father. It was obvious that the girl was embarrassed, but only for a moment. After regaining a calm expression on her face, she spoke seriously. "I smell like the perfume you gave me. It's a shame not to remember your own gifts, Dad." She smiled predatorily, trying to make her words convincing. She knew very well that none of the gifts her father had chosen for her had been chosen by himself. He was always helped by the women he often brought home. "Will you give me the money?" Emma continued nonchalantly, staring at her father point blank. "You have to study for your upcoming test today. So, no. Today you go to your room and study hard. And after you've learned everything, we'll talk about your entertainment. Go. The sooner you get to the task at hand, the more time you'll have for your desires and entertainment." "But Dad, I'm not going to waste my time on something I won't need in my life." Emma took a sharp step toward the man, trying to sound as convincing as possible. "Why would I do that if I don't plan to work?" But the man didn't even move, watching his daughter's reaction carefully. Michael asked me to spend the evening together. You know his parents are wealthy. He can provide for me, and I don't have to work. I'd rather spend my time charming him than learning obscure formulas and terms I'll never use. What makes you think your Michael's going to provide for you? Just because he likes your body and your availability doesn't mean he's going to love you and build a family with you. It's more likely to be the opposite. Emma froze in indecision. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Michael might just be taking advantage of her. Could just enjoy her company, but not make any serious plans for the future. The girl's face quickly turned pale, and that moment didn't go unnoticed. Why did you turn so pale? Have your eyes open to the truth? You should have thought about it a long time ago, even before some obscure relationship with this guy to build. The rich have their quirks. You know, he's no exception. The father continued to look at his daughter carefully. Just like you. The daughter asked sneeringly, and in her eyes flashed unkind lights. Well, you have your quirks too. You make a good living too. But none of the women you've brought into our house have stayed long. A couple of weeks, tops. And after that, not only did I never see them, you never even spoke to me about them again. Is that what you call rich people's quirks? What happened to them? I just played with them and gave them up. Tired of wasting time on the same thing? Where are they? Mr. Ben Slow asked coldly. It's none of your business, Emma snapped back. They have nothing to do with my life and certainly nothing to do with yours. And I haven't used any of them in all these years. They knew exactly what they were getting into, and they made their own decisions about their lives. And that conversation is closed, honey. I'm making my own decisions about how I want to live my life. What's wrong with that? Why can't I make decisions, can you? It's not fair. Nobody's talking about fair. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop this scandal before it turns into a month's house arrest. You can't do this to me. I'm almost an adult. I can do whatever I want. And if I said I'm going out, then I'm going out. Emma had already taken a few steps toward the exit when she heard her father's harsh, disgruntled voice. There was a steely note in it that clearly didn't bode well. If you walk out that door now, you may never come back to my house again. And I'm telling you quite seriously. Emma turned around slowly and faced her father's hard gaze, which penetrated to the very bones. Make your decision. But I won't let you change your mind. Emma flinched. It had been a long time since she'd seen the man so serious and hard. The last time she'd seen something like that had been when one of her father's other women had refused to go away with him. Images from 5 years ago began to flicker vividly in her mind, transporting the girl back to that day, after which she looked at her father from a different perspective. I don't want to, the strange woman shouted. I changed my mind about going there. Beautiful, slim, well-groomed. Ben Slow held her hand tightly, calmly guided her to the exit of his house. I don't want to. You have no right to do this to me. I don't want to go to him. Let me go, please. You agreed to this whole thing. You signed the papers. Now you have no right to change your mind. You're going to do what he tells you to do. And now you're going where I tell you to go. The man's voice was perfectly calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. But I changed my mind. You have no right to make me do something I don't want to do. It's illegal. I'll make a complaint against you. I'll file a report. Let me go. The woman continued to twitch, but Ben held her tight. Well, if you can get out, you can do what you want. You can file a report on me. You can hire the best lawyer. But I have the situation on my side. You signed the papers willingly. Did you know what you were getting into? I warned you this job would be tough. It would require not only physical, but mental commitment. And you said yes. So stop acting like you didn't know anything and you've just been blatantly lied to. Or now I will call the police and you will then pay me financial compensation for not honoring the terms of the contract you signed and with the amount I charge you. Your family will never settle." The last phrase sounded particularly threatening, making the woman shrink back with fright as she looked at the man. At that moment, Emma, who was only 12 years old at the time, came out of the room. The girl, uncomprehending, stared at the unfolding picture. She didn't hear the entire dialogue, but the words she heard that day lingered in her mind for a long time. Emma looked at her father carefully, but at the sight of his daughter, his gaze only grew sterner. "Emma, go back to your room. We need to leave on business. I'll be home in a few hours, and then you and I will talk. I don't have time right now." His voice sounded stern and rough, much sterner than usual. "Dad, what's wrong? Why is that aunt leaving too? You didn't like her either. You said on the phone yesterday that she was pretty." The woman exhaled sharply, shifting her gaze from the child to Ben. But the man remained unfazed even after his daughter's words. "Emma, go back to your room," he said calmly. "Doesn't this concern you?" No, please don't go," the woman exclaimed and tried to take a step towards the girl. But Ben pulled her sharply back to the door. "She'll stay with me, Father. He's acting strange. I'm scared." "Don't leave me with him," the stranger pleaded, looking at Emma. "You know how we used to play together, how much fun we had. Do you remember? Let's play with you again. Would you like that?" Emma nodded her head uncertainly, but immediately caught her father's stern look, which made her want to hide from him. She took a step back, trying to put more distance between them. And at that moment, the stranger fell to her knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks. No, please don't go. You have no idea what your father wants to do to me. Don't leave me with him," she sobbed, trying to break free of the man's clinging hands. But she couldn't. Tell him to let me go. I want to go home. I have a daughter too. I can't just leave her alone. Please, I want to go home." The woman's voice broke into a scream. She wriggled and apologized, but she couldn't free herself from Ben's grasp. At one point, she sank powerlessly to the floor, seeming to accept her position completely. "Emma, get back to your room at once," shouted the man, lifting the stranger to her feet and holding her up to keep her from sitting down again, "and not to come out until I come back." The girl rushed into the room, plugging her ears so she wouldn't hear the screams of the stranger and her father again. She lay down on the bed, having guessed the cause of the scandal, closed her eyes and tried not to think about anything. She tried to forget all that she had just seen, but alas, she could not do it. The horrible picture still occasionally popped into her head, and she couldn't do anything about her own memories. She had to put up with the memories, to live with the painful feelings, to analyze the situation again and again from different angles, and from time to time she still came to the same conclusion: her father was not what he tried to pretend to be. "Are you going to do the same thing you did to that dark-haired woman?" Emma asked. "Would you force me out of the house too, if I came back here and I was never in your life again?" Emma looked up and noticed that Mr. Ben Slow's gaze had become much more serious and heavy. He did not look at her, seeming to be completely absorbed in his own thoughts. But the girl was not satisfied with this arrangement. She took a step towards her father, forcing him to look at her, then asked, "What did you do to her? What happened that day? I mean, you didn't even come in to talk to me, even though you promised to do so. Why was she screaming? Why was she crying? Why didn't she want to go out with you? Where did you take her that night? Why did I never see her again?" "I'll tell you again, my work is none of your business," replied Mr. Ben Slow. She knew what she was doing. She knew the consequences and the risks, and she agreed to the whole thing in order to make as much money as possible. I had nothing to do with her choice, nor did I force her to agree to my terms. It was her voluntary decision. Subject closed. What kind of job do you have that women are so resistant to spending time with you? What did you do to her? Where did you take her? Tell me." Emma's nerves were frayed. She wanted to know what was going on. She wanted an answer to her question that had plagued her for so long and caused her dozens of nightmares. The man slowly moved closer to her, stopping a couple of dozen centimeters from her face. "My line of work is none of your business," he said. "Once again, you are not old enough to demand answers to such questions from me, and you are certainly in no position to judge me. How dare you speak to me like that?" Emma exclaimed. "I am not your slave, you are my father, and I have the right to speak to you as I see fit. And you must obey me. Go to your room," the man shouted, no longer holding back his frustration and anger. Emma stood still and glared at her father. She wasn't going to obey him, wasn't going to bend to his demands again. Anger and hatred boiled up inside, forcing her to stand still, despite all the possible consequences of such a decision. "Don't test my patience," his father said through gritted teeth. "Don't forget that I control my life and your future. Don't make things worse for yourself." "What will you do to me? You only say you're so brave. Don't you talk to me like that." The man grabbed his daughter by the arm and dragged her towards her room, completely ignoring her resistance and resentment. "You will live your life the way I tell you to. You will obey me, you will respect me. Enough of your childish whims and discontents. You're out of control. So we'll work on your re-education, my dear." The man pushed the girl sharply into her room and shut the door. "God forbid you leave your room before your punishment is over," he shouted. "I swear I can only sympathize with your plight. I advise you not to test the truth of my words, if you want to enjoy a free and independent life in the future." Emma heard the key turn in the lock. Ben jerked the door open, making sure the doors were closed. Afterwards, he left somewhere. Emma collapsed onto the bed. Pain, incomprehension, a feeling of utter helplessness. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She wanted to hide, wanted to stop feeling anything at all, just so she wouldn't have to go through this state over and over again. Emma had always known what didn't come first for her father. Always realized that he wasn't such a good man. But the girl couldn't even imagine what exactly her father was doing. And perhaps it was better that she didn't even know about it for longer. The way she had to get acquainted with her father's profession would not be in her worst nightmare, and Emma would have to experience it all for real. The girl did not notice how she fell asleep. She awoke to a persistent knock at the door. After opening her eyes and lying under the insistent knocking for a while, she went to the door and pulled on the doorknob. It wouldn't budge. And then the memories of the previous day came back to her mind. Sighing, she spoke out. "I can't open the door. You're the one who locked me in here yesterday. In case you've forgotten." Me came a familiar male voice. "I don't remember being here last night. I thought you spent the whole evening alone last night." Michael, is that you? How did you get here?" The girl's voice became agitated. She couldn't imagine what her father would do to the guy if he saw him in his house. "You need to get out of here right now." That's the first time I've ever heard of thanking a savior like that. "Oh well, I'm not mad at you, baby. You better tell me how to open this stupid door for you. Get out of here. Now, if my dad sees you, it's not going to end well. You don't have to save me. I'm doing fine. Go away." "Well, I wouldn't say you're fine and you're not in any trouble. That's not what I'm sure of. I don't think you should stay. Apparently your father just locking you in a room is not adequate. Please, Michael, get out of here. You shouldn't be here. Stop being rude. I'm trying to help you. Besides, what's your father going to do to me? My parents and I have so many connections. He better not mess with us." "Oh, I almost figured out how to open it. Just bear with me," Michael said. You, young man, are apparently completely unaware of who I am and what connections our family has, Mr. Ben Slow said coldly. I think you should leave before you face serious consequences. Michael flinched and turned round sharply. Behind him stood Emma's father. It wasn't clear from his face what was on his mind. He was frozen like a stone. The boy was not confused and jumped to his feet. Approaching the man, he tried to make his look stern and his words confident and threatening. Let her go at once. You can't just keep her locked up like this. It violates her rights. There will be serious consequences for this. There are serious consequences for you. And if you don't get out now. Mr. Ben Slow's voice was calm, but there was a threatening note in it that was hard to ignore. Michael froze in place, trying to figure out what to do in this situation, how to help his friend, or whether to back off so as not to get into trouble that might shake his parents' trust. The silence dragged on. That's when Emma entered the conversation. Michael, please get out of here. I'm fine. Get out of here now. The girl's shouting made the boy stir. He made an instant decision and looked menacingly at the man in front of him. I will only leave if you let her out. Otherwise, I'm staying here. And I remind you, boy, that you trespassed into my house when I wasn't here. Trespassing, defacing my property, and possibly kidnapping my daughter. How happy do you think your father would be if I called him now and told him what I just told you? And he'd love it if he got a call from the police station, where you'll be taken at my first call. Mr. Ben Slow took a threatening step towards Michael, which made the boy recoil sharply. So brave in words and such a coward in real life. Get out of my house. This is your last chance. From here you will go out only with the police. The man took another step, and at that moment Michael rushed to the exit. At the door, he turned and shouted after Mr. Slow. I'm not going to let this go. Everyone will know about your cruelty and the way you treat your daughter. I'm leaving now, but that doesn't mean I'll admit you're right. He walked out the door, slamming it shut. Mr. Ben Slow exhaled irritably. This was the last thing he needed, some boy trying to ruin his life. He walked back to his daughter's room, wanting to clarify what was going on. Emma, can you hear me? The man asked, turning the key in the door. There was silence in response, and there was a strange, uneasy feeling inside. Emma, why aren't you saying anything? If you're up to something, I'm warning you in advance you won't succeed. You better think before you do anything, especially if it's something I don't approve of. The man swung the door open sharply, and a completely empty room came into view. Emma wasn't in it. He stepped inside. Looking around, everything was in its place. The bed was made. There wasn't even a hint that the girl had been here all night and had been desperately urging her boyfriend to leave just a few minutes ago. The man took another close look around the room. The thought even crept into his mind that he might have locked her in some other adjoining room. But suddenly his eyes fell on the open window, and then everything became clear. He rushed towards it, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. Ben saw only a car driving away, and he had not the slightest doubt that his daughter Emma was in it. As soon as Emma heard the lull in the corridor, she began to frantically think of what to do. She paced from corner to corner until suddenly she was attracted by a sound coming from the window. She immediately ran over to it, peering intently into the brightly lit streets. Opening the sash, she listened, and suddenly shouts and words came to her. Emma, come on, jump. The girl lowered her head and saw Jason, Michael's friend, below. He had always been prejudiced against her, and now the girl was surprised by his behavior, so she froze in place, looking at him carefully. Why are you frozen? Come on, jump. Already more loudly, but still persistently, said the guy. I don't have time to persuade you like a little child. Come on down. If I don't, Michael will kill me. He held his hands up, letting Emma know that he would help her down if she decided to do it. Suddenly, Emma heard the sound of the front door opening. She realized that time was running out in minutes, and therefore she could not delay any further. She pulled herself together and sat down on the windowsill with her legs over the other side. Her insides tightened with fear, and she felt dizzy. She wanted to go back to her room to think it over again and pull herself together. But at that moment, the front door slammed shut, and the guy from below whispered, "Come on, jump. There's no time. Your dad's coming back and you'll be grounded for the rest of your life. Jump." Inhale. Exhale. And Emma was flying down. She closed her eyes, forgetting to brace herself or at least cover her head with her hands. She was already preparing for the impact, when suddenly she was picked up by strong male hands, which gently pulled her to her. "Open your eyes. It's all over." Well done, you did it after all," said a familiar voice. "I was sure you wouldn't do it," Jason said. "Good thing I didn't have time to argue with Michael." He smiled as he held her close to him. And in that moment it seemed to her that he wasn't the same man she'd known before. He was somehow different, gentle, careful, handsome. She had never looked at him so closely. After all, the mere presence of this guy in her life annoyed her. But now, perhaps she would reconsider. But that would come later. And now the menacing voice of Michael, who had been watching the couple for the last few seconds, made them both come out of their strange stupor. "Will you be showing your affection later? We've got to go. Let's get out of here. If that crazy man, Mr. Ben Slow, realizes early on that Emma's run away from home, none of us will get out of here in one piece." Michael rushed to the car parked at the edge of the road. A few seconds later, Jason and Emma followed suit. The last thing the girl saw was her father's disgruntled face in the window of her room, watching him intently as the car drove away. Emma exhaled convulsively, trying to distract herself with something. Jason and Michael sat in complete silence, glancing at her occasionally. Then she was the first to speak. "Where are we going? And how did you know I was at home and that something was wrong with me? I didn't write to anyone last night. I didn't have a phone." "Michael thought something was wrong because you didn't come to the party," Jason said. "Then your friend said you hadn't been in touch since last night. He started to worry that you might have found more interesting company than him." Michael elbowed Jason in the side, causing him to bend over and laugh. "See, I told you he's jealous of you for no reason. And he's too embarrassed to talk about it. He's a wonderful guy," Jason continued, despite the displeased look on his friend's face. "You know, I like you a lot better today than I did before," Jason said. "I'd say I've seen a whole new side of you that I like a lot better." He winked at the girl, at which point he got another shove from his mate in the side. "What are you doing?" He turned to Michael indignantly. "She's not your mate. I can say and do what I want. Get off." "But she's not yours to talk to like that either. Control what you say." Michael gritted his teeth angrily, continuing to stare intently at the road. "She's not your property either. Or maybe she will be. How do you know? She doesn't seem to mind that development. Babe." Jason adjusted the rearview mirror so he could see Emma perfectly. "Don't embarrass the girl," Michael said, adjusting the mirror back to its original position. "I adjusted it so I could see the road, not so you could stare at girls. If you try that again, I'll drop you off." "Why are you getting so serious? Last time you adjusted your mirror so you could stare at girls, and now look how proper you are. If you don't like her, don't look. I like her, so back off." Jason went back to adjusting the mirror so he could see Emma. This time he noticed the puzzled look on her face. She lowered her eyes to the floor, and it was obvious that this conversation wasn't making her feel very comfortable. Jason winked at her, trying to relieve some of the tension. At that moment, however, Michael stopped the car abruptly and turned to his friend and spoke in a menacing and displeased voice. "Get out of my car, I've already warned you." I was completely serious. He looked at Jason, savoring his confusion and helplessness. "I told you you're walking from here." "Michael, stop acting like this." "What's gotten into you?" Emma exclaimed. I warned him. "Get him out of my car. I'm not going any further with him." He didn't even look at the girl, but kept staring at Jason, who was in no hurry to get out of the car. "I'm not going any further without him," Emma said, even to herself. "Stop acting like you're sworn enemies instead of friends, especially since you found an insignificant topic for argument. Stay out of our squabbles." "I can take care of myself," Jason snapped. "Don't interfere in other people's conversations unless you've been asked to. Remember that. It could turn out badly someday." "Don't you tell her what to say or do," Michael shouted at Jason. "Don't you tell me what to do. I'll figure out how to behave myself." It looked like a fight was about to break out between the boys. Emma didn't know how to defuse the situation, and then she hesitated, not wanting to be the cause of a bigger conflict. She glanced at one and the other, trying to see who would be the first to give up. But both guys continued to devour the opponent with their gaze, and so aggressively that the girl became afraid. "Please, let's move on. Let's not quarrel," the girl pleaded, saying the words so quietly that nobody even paid attention to her. "Please, guys, stop this argument," she said more insistently. And at that moment, Jason opened the door. "Wait, where are you going? We're moving on together. Right, Michael?" Emma looked fearfully at the other boy, hoping for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. But her hopes were in vain. "Let him go. I don't need that kind of traveling companion in my car. I don't want to spend time with him myself. I don't see the point. So have a good day, Michael. Emma, let's go. I'll call a taxi. We can go to my house or the nearest hotel." "She's not going anywhere with you. I'll remind you that I'm the one who came for her," Michael exclaimed, moving dangerously close to Jason. But Jason shoved him away. "And I'll remind you that I'm the one who got her out of the house. So your plan would have been impossible without me. You couldn't get her out of the room, and I was the one who caught her under the window while you were cowardly running away from her father, Mr. Ben Slow. So she doesn't have to stay in that car with you." Emma could feel the atmosphere heating up. A little more of this verbal altercation would turn into a real fight. A decision had to be made, and the girl approached the door and opened it. "Where are you going?" "Stay where you are," Michael shouted, turning sharply to her. "You're the one who promised me last night that we'd spend the evening together, not him. Let me remind you that he despised you until today. You have no idea what he said about you, and you choose him over me." He was about to jerk toward Emma to hold her hand and keep her from getting out of the car. But at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder from Jason's hard punch. "What the hell are you doing, puppy? Do you have any idea what I can do to you for standing up to my plans to get out of here? I don't give a damn about your threats or your connections. We're leaving. Emma, let's go." The boy opened the door abruptly, and in a second he was pulling the girl out of the back seat, dragging her to the edge of the road. Michael immediately jumped out into the street, wanting to get the girl back into the car. But at that moment, Jason lunged at him, shoving him back into the passenger compartment, and looking at him hatefully, he gritted his teeth. She made her choice. And you go on your way while you're alive and well. We're leaving, Emma. Let's go. Jason opened the door abruptly, and a second later he was pulling the girl out of the back seat, dragging her to the curb. Jason hit the roof of the car hard, leaving a dent in it. "You're crazy. Do you know how much this car is worth? You're not going to pay it off. You tell your dad, and he'll buy you a new car," so his little boy won't cry and feel like a little girl who's been bullied by his classmates. Jason grinned, and without giving Michael the slightest chance to respond to his barbed words, he slammed the driver's door shut, turning back to Emma, who was watching fearfully at the curb. There was a look of horror in her eyes that was simply impossible to hide. The guy walked over to her, stopping just a couple of meters away, and spoke calmly. "It's okay. I'm already calling a taxi. To the hotel or to my place." He raised his eyes, looking at Emma carefully. She seemed even more frightened by his suggestion. "I won't hit on you and I won't lay a finger on you. You don't have to worry. Let's get away from this jerk to a quieter place, and then we'll figure out what to do next. Okay?" He smiled, trying to lighten the mood. "Your place," Emma said quietly, not looking at the boy. "They just promised me you wouldn't touch me. I don't want there to be any consequences." "Don't worry, baby. I told you I wouldn't lay a finger on you." Michael watched the situation unfold carefully, no longer getting out of the car or saying anything about Jason and Emma. He watched as the taxi pulled up, as the couple drove away from the scene of the argument, and as they moved away. But would Emma have known what his choice would cost Jason? It took the couple a couple of dozen minutes to reach Jason's house. The structure was truly impressive. It looked like a palace. Huge windows, carved gates, and lots of greenery. It was a palace with huge windows, carved gates, and lots of greenery. She couldn't imagine that Jason, who always wore the same clothes, who hadn't changed his smartphones in years, and who looked unkempt, could be so rich. She was scrutinizing the house, running all sorts of thoughts through her head, when the guy suddenly touched her shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Let's go inside. My parents aren't here right now and won't be for a few days, I guess. So you can make yourself comfortable. Just don't touch anything behind the windows. There's an alarm on those things, and my parents' phone will be notified so they can tap into the cameras. And then they'll have questions. And you don't want that, right?" He smiled, dragging the girl behind him, out the gate of the house, still enjoying her confusion and locking the gate. "Well, you're definitely not running away from here now." Emma stayed at Jason's house for the night. She didn't want to go home, for she knew that her father had not had time to cool down during the day. And perhaps by evening, after another busy day at work, he had only grown angrier, and it would be better to stay out of his sight. Stump had given the girl a separate room and, as promised, had not laid a finger on her. They chatted a little before going to bed about something distant, trying not to stir up a recent memory, so as not to hurt the girl more. The next day Emma went home, confident that she could make peace with her father. She felt a new, incomprehensible, but pleasant, warm feeling toward Jason that she'd never felt before. She wanted to get to know the guy better, to spend more time with him. But if she'd known that the next time they'd meet would be years from now, under extremely strange circumstances. Emma returned home in a good mood and spirit. But as soon as she crossed the threshold, she sensed something wrong. It was dead silent, even though her father was supposed to be home on his day off. She walked cautiously through the rooms and peered into every nook and cranny, making sure the man was nowhere to be found. Excitement replaced past joy. No one knew where Emma's father, Mr. Ben Slow, might be, or why he hadn't left any note about where he'd gone or for how long. Emma picked up her phone and texted her father, "Hi. I'm back home. I spent the night at Kate's. Sorry I didn't text sooner. My phone died, forgot the charger. We'll talk when you get home." Kisses sighing, she sent the message, but there was no reply 5 or 10 minutes later. Mr. Slow never responded for the rest of the day and didn't get home until after dark. Emma was seized with an uneasy feeling. She began calling her father's acquaintances and friends to see if anyone had seen him. But they all said Mr. Ben Slow hadn't been in touch for a couple of days. That's very scary. What could have happened to him? Why isn't he answering messages or picking up his phone? Could Michael have found him and dealt with him after that escape from Emma's house? Or maybe Michael told her that she left with another guy and now her father is looking for Jason, who is home all alone and won't be able to fight back against his father. The thoughts changed one after the other, getting scarier and more disturbing. Emma quickly dialed Jason's number, but no one answered. There was nothing left to do but wait for her father to return or a call from one of the guys. Mr. Ben Slow didn't come home until a couple of days later. All this time Emma felt incredibly anxious, depressed, completely helpless to face the situation. She didn't leave the house. She didn't want to eat, sleep, or do anything. She just lay on her bed day after day, occasionally glancing at her phone to make sure she had no missed calls or messages received, and then continued to stare out the window. With each passing hour, the sense of impending disaster grew stronger. And until the moment Emma heard the front door slam, it felt like the world had gone out from under her feet, like she'd lost any incentive to move on with her life. Mr. Ben Slow returned home in high spirits. He didn't seem to be angry with Emma at all. But the moment he met his daughter's gaze, she knew that nothing good was to be expected. The man didn't linger in his daughter's room, he only spoke. "You and I will discuss your future tonight at dinner. Don't be late." "Where have you been all this time?" "I was worried about you. I called, I wrote, and you never answered. You haven't called back, you haven't written anything back. I was beginning to think something had happened to you. How hard could it have been for you to answer me? Do I have to answer your calls and texts? You've never bothered to answer mine before, so why should I?" Emma lowered her eyes. She didn't know what to say, because everything her father had said was true. She really used to be able to go 24 hours without answering his calls and texts, ignore any attention from him. So what does she want from him now? Why can't he behave like this? Why does he, a grown man, have to answer to her about what he plans to do and what's going on in his life? She didn't say anything. "Exactly. I don't owe you anything. I just took your behavior pattern. And if you don't like something, that's your problem. What did you want to talk about at dinner tonight? What about my future?" "You'll find out at dinner. I don't have time for you now until tonight." The man walked past, leaving Emma alone with her thoughts. The time tonight dragged on interminably. The girl looked at her watch every now and then, not expecting anything good from the upcoming conversation. She felt that it would not end in anything good, but she just could not go down. She felt it would be a grave mistake. Emma was soon to celebrate her 18th birthday. Her father, Mr. Ben Slow, has his own business and had planned to put his daughter to work after she came of age. However, the nature of the job was causing Emma serious misgivings. At the appointed hour, Emma entered the kitchen and sat down opposite her father. Silence reigned. The girl asked if he was angry about her recent departure from home. Mr. Slow replied, "Do you think the whole world revolves round you, my dear? I've been busy with my own affairs, which will soon affect you. Since you neglect education and don't want a career, you'll be working when you come of age. That's out of the question." Emma clarified whether she would work with her father or someone he knew. He said that she will not only work with him, but with many other people. He would explain the details later, after signing non-disclosure documents. Mr. Slow added, "The better you look, the more clients you'll get." Emma realized that this was about work related to her appearance, which she was not thrilled about. "If you try to cheat me in any way or do anything that negatively affects my career, you'll be in trouble. Don't forget, you're my property that I've spent a lot of money and time on. Now you're going to work off the fact that I've raised, clothed, fed, and educated you for so long. I suggest you just accept it." Emma was silent, her mind swarming with unpleasant thoughts that she didn't want to voice and didn't want to fight with her father. At least not right now. She had no advantage over him, no way to win an argument, no chance of claiming her freedom because of his connections. The days until Emma's majority stretched interminably long. Every day she was visited by dozens of thoughts of what lay ahead, but she couldn't imagine what really awaited her and what trials she would have to go through before life more or less normalized and everything settled down. Emma's birthday party was a big success. Her father let her have a party, calling it a farewell to youth and carelessness on that day. She had no idea that in just a couple of days a new phase of her life would begin, leaving no trace of her happy past. Just a couple of days after her birthday, her father took Emma shopping to completely revamp her wardrobe. He chose mostly open, revealing and even vulgar outfits, which did not so much emphasize the advantages of the figure, but flaunted them. "Daddy, am I uncomfortable in this?" Emma whispered, covering herself with the fitting room curtain. "It's even too much for me. I'm not a prude, but I'd never wear something like this voluntarily." "It's too much." "It's good that you don't do it voluntarily," the man hissed, looking at his daughter skeptically and noting the bright blue color of the tight-fitting jumpsuit with deep cutouts, translucent inserts on the back, and other piquant elements. The outfit was eye-catching, making her look at the details again and again. The man nodded in satisfaction. After looking at the dress once more, he said, "We'll take it. It's out of the question. You'll wear it next week for your first meeting with a very important person." "Who wears that to a business meeting?" "It's so slutty," Emma whispered. "That's exactly how you should look for this meeting." "Who said it was a business meeting? You have to look presentable so that all your assets can be seen. Is that clear?" Emma nodded uncertainly. She no longer doubted that her father was going to sell her like a commodity, but the thought that he wouldn't do that to his own child gave her a faint hope, in vain. A fortnight later, just as Mr. Slow had said, the first meeting was scheduled to decide Emma's fate. The girl was incredibly anxious, hoping that her father still had common sense and would not do what she had been thinking for the last few months. Emma walked into a large airy room decorated with fresh flowers and lots of decorations. She looked around, stopping a few meters from the entrance. After a few seconds, she heard her father's menacing voice behind her. "Walk forward. Why are you frozen in the aisle? Sit in the designated seat and wait until you are addressed," the man said, pushing his daughter forward. In addition to her, there were several other beautiful girls in equally revealing dresses with colorful makeup and perfect hairstyles. They seemed to see Emma as a rival, so they quickly lost interest in her. There was silence for a few seconds. Emma walked over and sat back in her seat, looking around and trying to figure out what would happen next. A few minutes of complete silence passed. Nothing changed. She decided to lean over to the other girl and ask her. "Excuse me," Emma whispered. "What's going to happen here?" "An event. I just didn't quite realize what exactly was going to happen in this place. They told me to dress like this and do my makeup, but they didn't tell me what to expect." She eyed her rival expectantly. Olivia jerked her head arrogantly, signaling that she had no intention of talking to her. Emma carefully straightened her back and continued to wait for the start. A few minutes later, Mr. Slow entered the room, spreading out papers and pens in front of the girls. He then stopped in the center of the room and, after carefully looking around at everyone present, said in a calm voice, "Now you need to sign contracts before you can meet the people who will allow you to get closer to living the life of your dreams. This is a standardized contract. It outlines the requirement to keep all information completely confidential, not to tell anyone under any circumstances about your work, and to remain calm and follow the demands of your new suitor. Remember, with us all actions are voluntary, so we don't force you to sign any documents. You can just walk out of here right now. For this reason, you are not privy to exactly what is going to happen here before we begin. But after you sign the non-disclosure agreement, you will be able to familiarize yourself with all the requirements." Mr. Slow watched each girl's reaction carefully. He seemed to savor the confusion and incomprehension on their faces, smiling evilly. One of the girls left the document on the table and silently walked out. Everyone else turned round at her, but no one else dared to follow her example. Emma tried to read each clause of the contract carefully so as not to get into an unpleasant situation. Her thoughts were confused, rapidly changing from one to another, causing Emma to have to look over the lines over and over again. She noticed one of the ladies signing a document, then setting it aside. A third girl did the same. Emma could feel the focused gaze of Mr. Slow, who clearly wouldn't leave her alone until she had signed all the papers he needed. Seeing no point in resisting and abandoning her attempts to take in what was going on, Emma quickly signed and pushed the papers aside. Mr. Slow walked past each candidate, handing out a new contract detailing the skills required and the nature of the job. Before you open the document, I must warn you that not everything in it will actually be performed. Many points are prescribed formally and will have no relation to the real situation that will unfold in your life. Therefore, do not worry. In addition, at this point you still have the right to choose. You can refuse to sign and just walk away. But you have no right to tell anyone about what you read here or what happened within these walls. Remember, I have enough information on each of you if you break the rules. With a disdainful look around at those present, he nodded slightly, signaling that he could proceed to examine the document. Emma turned the page hesitantly, and her gaze fell on a few lines. In the event of purchase, the girl becomes the full property of the buyer. She is bound to do his will, be faithful, loyal, follow the rules set forth, and never grumble against the buyer's preferences and desires. The girl looked apprehensively at Mr. Slow, but the latter seemed quite indifferent to his daughter's condition. He made sure that all the girls studied the contract carefully before signing, to minimize the risk of future problems with them. Emma looked round. Everyone was looking at every page carefully, as if trying not to miss any important points and to get as much information about the job as possible. Emma was afraid to look down at the sheet again for fear of seeing something worse than before. She wanted to run out of that horrible building, forget everything that had happened like a terrible dream, and never ask her father again what he did or who he worked for, what was going on with those girls he brought to his house. But now it looked like they had no choice at all, and she would find out firsthand what happened to them. Time was running out. Emma still decided to take another look at the sheet. Maybe that phrase, taken out of context, was the worst of it, and the rest of the terms would be more loyal and simple. At least that was the impression Emma got when she looked at the other girls, who remained completely calm as they read the document page by page. She lowered her eyes and immediately saw an even creepier phrase: the girl being sold has no right to return to the seller under any circumstances. The buyer is responsible for the girl's life and future. The buyer has the right to dispose of the girl as he or she sees fit, as long as it complies with legal requirements. There was a look of horror in the girl's eyes. After reading the lines, she stared at them for a few more minutes, trying to understand their meaning and find a hidden subtext, which of course was not there. Everything tightened inside and it became difficult to breathe. A small shiver ran through her body, and her mouth was dry. The girl tried to calm down and come to her senses, but there were already traitorous tears in her eyes. How could he, her father, offer her a job like this? How could he so easily trade his own daughter? How could he just give up her happy future, her dreams and desires, everything that bound them together, just to get a large sum of money for her? Emma flinched when she felt a light touch on her shoulder. She jerked as if from an electric shock, then slowly turned to the girl who had tried so hard to get her attention. The one carefully walked to the door and barely audibly whispered, "Look at the last page. We're all here for her. You'll love it, and it will change your life completely." The girl turned away, reading the document in front of her. Emma followed her advice, quickly turning the pages and opening the last one. The title was Intriguing Buyer Requirements. She began to study the paragraphs and noticed one very interesting point, which stated that the buyer was obliged to provide not only for the girl, but also for her entire family, so that none of its members would lack basic needs. And then it dawned on Emma. What was the purpose of all this? Her father just wanted the opportunity for a carefree life, not to work, and yet not to give up the usual level, not to waste time in traffic, not to strain on projects, when you could just once a month get a solid sum on the card. But was it really all just for the money? Had she really become in her father's hands just a commodity that had no voice and would be bought by the first rich man who could offer a tidy sum for her looks and skills? Emma lowered her gaze into the contract again, rereading the one sentence over and over again. And each time she realized more and more what was happening. It turned out that she would be bought by a rich man who would make regular payments to her father and provide for all her needs and desires. But in return, she would have to do whatever he told her to do. Emma thought, a highly questionable generous offer that could have unpredictable consequences. Plus, there's no information about the buyers and what exactly will have to be done. I don't think I'm willing to do anything for the money. Her thoughts were interrupted by her father's voice. Girls, we don't have much time to study the documents. You can sign them and take them home afterwards for a closer look. But I remind you once again, these papers must not get to third parties, and you have no right to talk about your work. If there is anything that makes you uncomfortable, or you are not ready to sign, please leave the room. Emma looked around. Everyone was still sitting in their seats, and she didn't dare to get up and just leave the room. She felt a strange excitement and responsibility that prevented her from making any other decision. Somewhere deep down, she knew that her father, Mr. Ben Slow, would not allow her to give up his plan so easily, that he would make her sign the papers anyway, or simply throw her out on the street. Both were unacceptable. So, gritting her teeth, Emma took the path of least resistance and decided to simply sign the contract lying in front of her. As she did so, she looked up at her father and noticed the approving smile on his face. The man gave his daughter a barely perceptible nod, letting her know that she had done the right thing. After that, he again adopted a detached and cold expression on his face, showing that he was extremely serious. Good. Now we can begin the viewing. Remember, each of you must show your best side to find a candidate who will want to buy you and provide a trouble-free existence. It is worth leaving all the shyness and uncertainty at the door, because with them to count on a good outcome of our event is not necessary. So now I will invite the man who will decide your fate today, and then I will tell you what will happen to the girls who cannot charm the first man and will have to stay under my care until the next viewing. After these words, Mr. Ben Slow left, and in a few minutes returned to the room with a substantial-looking man. He was dressed in an expensive suit, his hair was neatly arranged, and he smelt of expensive perfume. The girls immediately jumped up from their seats, standing in front of the table in modeling poses so that the guest could assess their looks. While Emma continued to watch confused, her father quickly approached her and whispered in her ear, "Stand up immediately and repeat after the girls." Then he immediately stepped back, giving Emma enough room to quickly carry out the order. But it was as if she had frozen. It was only after a few seconds that the meaning of her father's words came to her, and she rose quickly from her seat, trying to look as pretty and confident as her rivals. But she was not very good at it. She didn't realize how to look spectacular against them, so she just continued to stand aside while the other girls attracted the man's attention. Suddenly there came the loud, menacing voice of Mr. Ben Slow. "Everyone to your places and don't draw any undue attention to yourselves. Once again, you have absolutely no part in the selection of the guest. You are merely a commodity for him to evaluate on his own. You can only say or do something if you are directly addressed. Modesty and obedience are highly valued in our business." The man smiled contentedly as he observed the order. "I would like to ask, Ben, how much experience do our lovely ladies have in satisfying men's needs? You know, this question is one of my main concerns among many others. After all, my purchase, so to speak, should completely fulfill all my needs. Is it appropriate to ask such a question? Of course, you can ask anything that will be interesting to you. Girls will gladly answer all your questions. And in the event that words will not be enough for you, They will be able to demonstrate their skills for a fee. This point we will consider with you, if necessary. A light lit up in the guest's eyes, and it pleased Ben. The man squared his shoulders and smiled, turning to the girls. Well, please tell me, what skills do you possess? What distinguishes you from all other candidates? What special things can you offer to our client? Preferably in detail so that the buyer has no questions about your functionality. Emma listened confusedly to each individual girl's stories. She blushed at each one of them. She wanted to stop listening to all that was being blurted out and described. And when it came to her, when she had to tell about her skills, she just stopped talking, not knowing what to say in such a situation. Well, young lady, why are you silent? The guest asked. I would like to hear about your skills before making a final choice. You look simply magnificent. I can see that beauty was given to you by nature, not by a plastic surgeon. But it's not enough to be beautiful. I need my chosen one to be experienced. And I'm not sure you've had enough experience at your young age. Isn't that right? Emma nodded uncertainly, noticing that everyone around her was looking at her intently. She didn't see any point in lying, didn't want to pretend to be something she wasn't. After her nod, a chuckle was heard somewhere, and then the man spoke up. I'm sorry, but you're definitely not a match for me. That's too bad. Such a beautiful face. It would be a pleasure to look at it day after day. Well, Ben, that girl is free to go. I'd like to talk to you about all the other contestants. I can't decide without first testing their skills. I'd like to agree on a time and place to do it. Then I'll choose who stays with me and we'll make a contract. Agreed? The guest smiled smugly at Ben. Of course, Emma's father, Mr. Ben Slow, said with an equally pleased expression. I'm sorry you didn't like the last candidate. She is indeed extremely charming. I'll work on her experience and her ability to meet any customer's needs. You can rest assured of that. Maybe you'll come back for a second purchase in the future, and she'll be waiting for you, ready to surprise you with her skills. He patted the guest on the shoulder and then gestured for Emma to leave the room. The girl did so, but she didn't dare to just head home. She was sure that the conversation with her father wasn't over yet, and after the promise to teach her everything and the failed experience at the first show, she wouldn't get off with a simple warning. It was getting really scary. She wanted to run away, to get help, to find some way out of this situation. Emma began to think frantically about what she could do, how she could help herself while her father was busy with other things behind closed doors. Suddenly it hit her. She had come up with a simply brilliant plan, which was to buy herself out. Suddenly the terms of the contract popped into her head, which required the buyer to provide for the girl's family, to send enough money to cover all the needs of each family member. I don't care. I'll make my own money for it, just to be safe. Just so I don't become a commodity to be bargained for again, as if in a marketplace. But how do I find the right amount of money? And how much would I even have to pay initially to get the right to own myself? Emma frantically recalled the parts of the contract she'd had time to review. But the information about how much the buyer would pay for the girl never popped into her head. I don't care how much money there is, I'll make money. I just need to buy time to get rid of my father's power now, so that I don't have to endure such humiliation and shame anymore. But where to get the money, and how much is needed? And who will be willing to wait until I'm promoted at work and start getting really big sums? What to do? Who to call? Where to go? With each new thought, Emma seemed to stump herself more and more, until another life-saving idea came to mind. She should call Jason. The guy had been very kind and courteous that day. He hadn't called Emma again, but she hadn't left him her phone number. They weren't at the same school. She sighed heavily as she found the right contact in the phone book and pressed the call button. There was an unbearably long beep, which seemed to shatter her dreams of a good outcome with each passing second. After a couple of dozen seconds of waiting, a mechanical voice said that the caller could not answer. whereupon the call was dropped. Emma made several more attempts, but they were all completely unsuccessful. Jason never picked up the phone. The girl went into the messages. Not a single reply to any message among the many sent to him. He didn't even say anything to Emma's confession of her complicated feelings, which was very hard for her, and after which she hoped that the guy would reappear in her life. But alas, no. They weren't friends. They were just acquaintances. And she didn't know what had happened to Jason. He stopped showing up at general meetings, didn't answer his phone to anyone, and stopped showing up for school. Anxiety and worry were all over her head, but she was much more scared now for herself and for her future. She didn't know what to expect, and she didn't want to know. With trembling hands, Emma put the phone down, squeezing her eyes tightly shut to prevent herself from crying. Her last hope was to contact Michael and ask for his help. If he really cared about her, if he really had warm feelings for her, and if he was willing to do anything for her, then he should understand and forgive her, should help her not to lose the most precious thing she had, her personal freedom. After taking a few more breaths, the girl dialed Michael's number, but the result was exactly the same. The guy didn't answer either from the first time, or from the second, or from the third. There was no hope left. Emma could not find a large sum of money in such a short period of time. She didn't have any money set aside, nor did she have any other wealthy acquaintances. There were no more options left, and neither was her bright future. A lone tear ran down her cheek, and with it came out all the sadness and doom that Emma had stored in her soul. She didn't want such a future. She could never even think that her father, her nearest and dearest, the one who had raised her, the one who had always wanted the best future for her, would just sell her like meat in the market. The tears began to roll copiously. There were already visible tracks of them on her cheeks. A few minutes later, the doors to the room opened, and the very same guest, accompanied by one of the girls, came out of the luxurious hall. He stopped near Emma, looked at her carefully, and then lifting her face by the chin with one finger, smugly said, "Don't worry, dear. Next time you'll be lucky. You'll learn everything, and I'll definitely come for you. In the meantime, what can I take from you? But I'm glad that you realize that in your profession, without self-improvement and constant development of skills, you can't make much progress. Strive for perfection, doll. And then you'll be noticed by some big fish like me." He touched the girl's lip with his thumb, adding, "But you look just like a doll. The important thing is not to lose your beauty while you study, okay?" Emma nodded slowly, not realizing if there was anything at all worth answering such a question. She looked at the man with fear and contempt, making no attempt to hide it, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. After standing near Emma for a few more minutes, he confidently headed for the exit, holding by the waist one of the girls, who only a few minutes ago, in all the colors, and with all the details told about her skills and abilities in satisfying men's needs. It was disgusting to realize that some girls were so easily taken in by such treatment, accepting the fact that they were just going to be used for personal gain, all just to make more money. Emma shuddered, and at that moment her father, Mr. Ben Slow, approached the girl. He stopped a few centimeters away from her, pretending to keep a decent distance, then spoke in a near whisper. "Go back to the hall. Now, after I've seen my guest off, I'll be back to tell you and the other girls what will now be required of you." Emma rose, not daring to cross her father, and returned to the room that made her distinctly disgusted. She lowered herself gingerly into the chair she had recently been sitting in, then began to examine her manicure. She didn't want to talk to anyone, didn't want to think about anything, and certainly didn't want to wonder what might await her next, and how she would gain experience. A few minutes of complete silence passed, and afterwards the doors swung open, and in came Mr. Ben Slow. Although the man looked quite pleased at the sight of the girls, the smile instantly disappeared from his face. He stopped in the middle of the room, turning to the remaining candidates, his daughter among them, and then spoke seriously, trying to sound as convincing and cold as possible. "As you realized, girls, you were not chosen because you lack experience in certain areas. Of course, such a thing is unacceptable, but I have plenty of experience. That man just fell for that girl's manufactured game. I don't know how disappointed he'll be yet. In any case, at the moment we have no more buyers, so until the next one appears, you all have nothing left but to improve your skills and gain some experience, of course, by contributing a certain amount to our fund on a regular basis. You will give love to other people for very decent money. He continued, we will give a certain percentage to you. The rest will be spent on your wardrobe, hiring stylists, organizing such luxurious events, and so on. Is that clear? You start work tomorrow from 18. I'll see you all here. Excuse me, but how exactly are we going to gain experience, and what kind of experience? Emma suddenly asked, gathering all her will into a fist. I just want to know what to expect from the job ahead of me. Whatever Sweetheart tells you to do, you will do, replied one of the girls, not giving the man a chance to get a word in edgewise. Any experience is highly valued here, especially experience that pays well. So take those men who are willing to give up a fortune for your pleasure. You'll learn to recognize them in time. The girl smiled, but Emma didn't share her mood at all. She felt uncomfortable. She wanted to leave quickly, but her father's menacing gaze seemed to hold her in place. She stood there, unsure of what to do or how to protect herself from such a future, feeling the last shreds of hope slipping from her grasp. And Emma began to have the very experience her father had spoken of, this strange man who would give huge sums of money to buy a body that would belong to him completely, and do whatever he just said. The men changed each other every day. Their fantasies and desires were so unexpected for the girl that she was often lost, not understanding what and how to do. After that, she cried night after night, praying to all the gods that this nightmare would end one day. New clients came every day, and on a beautiful girl who was ready to fulfill any desires and whims, there was simply no rejection. Some were willing to pay huge sums of money to spend a few full days or nights with Emma. And she was ready to do anything to make this nightmare stop, so that she could feel like a normal person again, not worrying about who would be in her bed tomorrow and not waking up every day with a terrible feeling of disgust for herself and her own body. Emma tried not to think about her future. Her father, Mr. Ben Slow, was pleased with his daughter. He often praised her because clients left positive feedback and wanted to spend time with her again. In his opinion, she was learning new skills, didn't turn down any offers, and successfully brought him fame by attracting more and more clients. Perhaps Emma would have liked to refuse some clients, not let them overstep their bounds, but she just couldn't do it, knowing what punishment awaited her at home. Once she dared to refuse to fulfill a client's demand, and afterwards she spent several hours on a grueling workout, which made her whole body ache, it seemed, even her internal organs. It was unbearable to go to work the next day in such a state, and another complaint provoked a repeat of the punishment. After several such workouts, when the girl could not even get out of bed, but was forced to do so, she gave herself a promise to switch off all feelings, emotions, and disgust. She decided not to give up anything or show any emotion. Let them do anything to her, let them demand anything, as long as they didn't make her feel any worse than was possible. Days went by. Another client did not choose Emma either, preferring the blonde. The girl's father didn't care at all about the fact that the client himself had expressed a desire to take only the girl with blonde hair. He began to chase Emma even more, forcing her to maintain a perfect figure. He almost sent her to a plastic surgeon to tweak the imperfections of the woman's body. But at this point, the girl got lucky and a buyer was found for her. Another viewing day was scheduled. Nothing was known about the buyer's preferences and intentions in advance. As always, Emma could not prepare for this event and did not even expect that she would be chosen among all the girls. Emma didn't want anything more from this life, didn't want to strive for anything, didn't want to try to sell herself, didn't want to think and dream about anything. She simply accepted her path in life, giving up all desires and pleasures. The viewing was scheduled for the afternoon, which was uncharacteristic for buyers of girls. Usually after a successful transaction, They preferred to stay alone with the girls, and during the night to check all the skills and abilities that the beauties promised to show. But Emma was not embarrassed at all, because she was already indifferent to how the next event would go. She didn't think about the preparation. She didn't want to make herself a completely different, unrecognizable person. But no one asked her. Her father had made Emma wear one of the brightest dresses, hired a hairstylist and makeup artist to improve her chances of success. And for good reason. After all, it was her colorful image that immediately caught the attention of the man who walked in, looking for something special, something he hadn't seen elsewhere. Emma stared blankly off to the side. She didn't want to please the new customer, and she didn't want to spend any energy trying to please him. She knew her schedule well and realized that she had to save her energy for the evening to avoid another punishment from her father. "Are you, young lady, ready for such an offer? Can you?" The voice of a man standing a few meters away from her suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts. "I can do anything you want. I can demonstrate it right now," Emma replied and took a step towards the potential buyer, but he immediately stopped her with a gesture, showing her to get back in line. "I take it that this girl has a lot of experience in lovemaking and is of easy behavior, since she was so quick to show off her skills in front of everyone." "That's not what was said," the man asked, turning to Mr. Ben Slow, who was standing at a distance. "That's right. This girl can do a lot of things. I'm sure she could pleasure even your paralyzed son. The fact that she's of light behavior won't affect her attitude towards your son at all. She will be faithful and loyal, she will never leave his side, and she will fulfill his every wish. Am I right, Emma?" The man looked at his daughter and she nodded obediently. "I'm telling you, all our girls are perfectly trained. They will do whatever you want at any time of the day or night for a very reasonable fee," Mr. Ben Slow said. The guest listened intently, nodding at every word and never taking his eyes off Emma. He stared so intently at the girl that for some reason she became uncomfortable with his piercing gaze. Although there was no contempt or displeasure in it, it was calm and confident, but at the same time so piercing and cold that it became uncomfortable. Emma shuddered. "I would like to discuss all the details of our agreement in more detail before we sign the papers or transfer the funds. If you don't mind, I'd like this girl to be present so she understands what will be required of her," the man said. Mr. Ben Slow beckoned his daughter to him with one gesture. Emma stood beside him, listening intently to everything his guest would say. "We're listening carefully. You can ask any questions, clarify anything that confuses you, so that in the future in our cooperation there will be no questions and misunderstandings," said Mr. Slow calmly, looking carefully at the guest and not paying attention to how nervous his daughter was. "I would like to point out at once that I need a beautiful girl not so much to satisfy my son's physical needs, although that may be necessary, but to care for him fully, to help him with various household chores, personal hygiene, and so on," he continued. "Unfortunately, my wife and I leave the city quite often due to various business trips. Our son is categorically opposed to having to hire a new carer time after time. We thought about it and decided that the perfect birthday present for him would be a girl who would be beautiful and well-groomed, who would treat him well and help him in every way. You were recommended to me by my close friends. And here I have found the very beauty who will almost certainly be to my disabled son's liking." Emma didn't say anything, didn't comment in any way on what she had heard, continuing to stand silently beside her father. The opportunity to woo another man instead of selling her own love seemed just perfect. But according to the rules, she couldn't say anything until the client approached her directly, and there was no such thing. So Emma continued to watch in silence. "That's great. Our girls can provide any range of services, including caring for people with disabilities. All of them are sensitive and understanding, knowing how to behave with a person who has lost a lot of things in his life, including its meaning," said Mr. Ben Slow. At that moment, Emma did not hold back and snorted, but she pulled herself together, glancing at her father and noticing the displeased look on his face. Fine. Then I'll take this girl today and give her to my son tomorrow. Will she always be this silent or not? Asked the guest. She will be as your son wants her to be. He can be always so silent and not say a word back, or he can make jokes and tell stories of his life, read books, retell films. It all depends only on what our client wants. And the girl will adjust, replied Mr. Slow. That's great. I like it when beautiful girls are so stroppy and silent, and they don't interrupt during a conversation. It's a pity, of course, that your girl led such a dissolute life, said the man. My wife wanted to find a more acceptable candidate. But I think if you don't say anything to her, your beauty will not give herself away. Right? You won't tell anyone how much experience you've had, said Mr. Ben Slow, turning to Emma. I have no idea what you're talking about. I just got out of school and I wanted to help people. So I took the job at the charity you found me at. I'm not interested in any carnal pleasures, only in helping your sick son, she said. What a beautiful girl. Now I definitely have to buy her. Go and draw up all the documents. In the meantime, I'll see to it that no one takes her away from me, said the buyer. Mr. Slow immediately went swiftly to the small door at the end of the hall where his office was, to find all the necessary papers and to prepare them as soon as possible. In the meantime, the buyer continued to regard Emma. Suddenly he asked her, "Why did you go this way? Such a beautiful girl, young at all, could have got an education. At least try to earn money in another way. Yes, I understand that it's easier, that it's a way to get a large sum of money quickly. But don't your honor and dignity suffer? Don't think I'm judging you. I just don't understand why." "I don't understand it myself," she whispered. But the man clearly heard it, because his eyes widened with surprise. "My father made me come here. He said that I didn't deserve anything else, that I had to pay back all the money he spent on me while I was growing up. The first man didn't buy me, and then I was sent to learn and gain experience, which is important for buyers. And somehow that's how it worked out. I just didn't have a choice. Just like your son didn't have the option of refusing to become disabled, right? He was a perfectly healthy guy until he ran into a bunch of thugs." She looked at the man, noticing the look of sadness on his face. "They left nothing on him. And why? Because he acted like a normal guy, stood up for the girl. Anyway, he had a back injury, and after that his lower body completely shut down. He's trying to get used to his new life. But too little time has passed, and now my wife and I are trying to do everything we can to make his life a little easier and less miserable. 4. Emma noticed how the man's gaze became sad and heavy. For some reason, she wanted with all her heart to support him. She touched his hand gently and whispered, "You are a wonderful father." "I wish I'd had one," she smiled, but it was so crooked that it betrayed her pain. "I really want to help your son, and I'll do anything to do it." "Thank you," whispered the man, looking fondly at Emma. And at that moment, her father came out of the office with all the necessary documents in his hands. He quickly walked up to the man and held them out to him. "Here you go, please, everything is ready. You can sign the documents and take this beauty for yourself. We have already sent all her things by delivery to the address given. Don't worry. Or you can update your wardrobe to suit your taste," said Mr. Ben Slow. The buyer quickly went through all the papers, read the main sections of the contract, then left his signature and handed the documents and his bank card to Mr. Slow. "Here, you can make your first debit. The girl is coming with me tonight." The man nodded and Emma laughed, unsure of what to do in the situation. Should she go at once, or should she say goodbye to her father? Should she do something, sign some papers or something? She looked at her father with fear and doubt, but not a single muscle on his face trembled. He just nodded, congratulated the buyer on his wonderful purchase, and then offered to walk her to the exit. Something inside Emma clenched unpleasantly, and afterwards tears began to bake in the corners of her eyes, so unnecessary at this moment. She should have felt relief and freedom after being able to break free from her father's clutches. But inside instead, there was a complete sense that she had lost herself, now forever lost the last strings that connected her to freedom and a chance at release from slavery. Emma and her buyer headed for the hotel. By the time the taxi stopped outside the familiar building of the upscale hotel, the girl thought she had it all figured out. But her thoughts were wrong the moment she was ready to pull the man to her to kiss him. He suddenly got out, walked round the taxi, opened the door and spoke. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait for tomorrow's gala at this hotel. I don't think there's any way I could hide you at my house." Emma nodded understandingly and took the room keys from the man's hands. "I'll pick you up tomorrow at 10. Here's your card." The man held out his bank card. "Could you buy yourself something more decent than this dress? I'd like to make the right impression on my spouse." Emma nodded once more, accepting the card, continuing to remain silent. After standing in complete silence for a few seconds, the man did speak up. "Well then, until tomorrow? I hope you'll be fine and you won't disappear from this hotel with my bank card by morning." "Don't worry, that won't happen." "I'll be waiting for you tomorrow," Emma replied. The man got back into the car and drove off, leaving Emma in deep thought. On the one hand, she was definitely lucky to be in a situation where she wasn't going to be bought to use her body after all, and that made the girl incredibly happy. But on the other hand, somewhere in the back of her mind, she wasn't sure she could handle taking care of a disabled man. What if he didn't like her? What if she made the wrong impression on this guy's mother? What would happen if she misbehaved in some way and was sent back? No way, she couldn't let that happen. Emma immediately rushed to the shops, trying to put together an understated yet stylish look that would please everyone at once. Back at the hotel, she checked her phone. Not a single call or text from her father. What had she expected? Now she was not a part of his life, not his child, but just a commodity that he had successfully sold, and now she would be able to need nothing. The next morning, the girl got up early to neatly style her hair and do a light makeup. Once she was dressed, she took a critical look at herself and, realizing that she looked just fine, went downstairs, where yesterday's buyer was already waiting for her. "You look beautiful." "Emma, this change of image suits you," the man literally glowed when he saw her. "I love it too." "Thank you very much, Mr. Smith," Emma said. "My wife's name is Julie, and my son's name is Jason. We live in this neighborhood, not far from here, so your package will arrive safely. You don't have to worry." But Emma couldn't hear the man's last words. Her ears were bleeding. She was out of breath. She remembered this street, the way she'd driven down it with her close friend Jason to his house, and how she'd memorized every turn so that, if anything, she could get home on her own. Emma slowly got out of the car, realizing that the hunch was becoming more and more obvious, and the moment the car stopped in front of such an achingly familiar house, everything inside shattered. Emma quickly got out of the car and rushed to the front of the house, paying absolutely no attention to the man's surprised face. She didn't want to waste another minute of torment and doubt. Running into the living room, she saw the familiar figure of a guy in a wheelchair and immediately rushed to him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "What the devil are you doing?" exclaimed the guy, trying to pull Emma away. "Who the hell are you?" "Jesus, Jesus, you're alive, you're here. I saw you again, how I missed you. How often I've thought of you," the girl said, snuggling against his neck. From the first heard words, the guy froze. "Fool, why didn't you answer me?" Emma pulled away from him abruptly. Jason froze in place. He stared at the one he'd been thinking about for days and nights, the one he'd dreamed about in his most beautiful dreams and nightmares, the one in which he'd lost her time after time. All thoughts abruptly vanished, his lungs became short of air, and all he could utter were 4 words. "I didn't want to be a burden." Fool. Emma whispered and threw herself around his neck, kissing him tenderly. The boy's parents stood aside, watching everything that was going on. "Is this the gift you bought for our son?" whispered the woman to her husband. "But I got him exactly what he wanted," he smiled back. Soon Jason made Emma an offer of marriage, which she could not refuse. The girl no longer communicated with her father, starting a new happy chapter of her life. In life, everything happens for a reason. After each trial, there is a reward commensurate with the difficulties through which it was possible to get through with exorbitant efforts. Couldn't resist an indecent proposal. MP4. Max was born in a rather poor family. His parents were not particularly happy about the appearance of the child, and therefore treated the boy very negatively. Since childhood, he had to endure various mockery, ridicule, and not only from the parents, but also from peers. And it began in kindergarten, where the boy first got acquainted with child cruelty. Max did not yet realize how difficult life is harsh in relation to a small defenseless child. He went to an ordinary kindergarten, but because of his appearance and unattractive appearance, he had no friends. And so one day, coming to the kindergarten, he saw the judgmental look of the teacher, and then heard, "Why does he have to go to our kindergarten? We have normal children, and here they bring this one. How many times can you do this? He spoils the whole look of our kindergarten. He's the scum of the earth." The teacher's voice was rude and arrogant. She was talking to the nanny, not paying attention to the boy, who looked at her with incomprehension. Max continued to stare at the woman until she suddenly shifted her gaze to him, saying, "Why are you staring at me? I'm ashamed to even let you into the group with the regular kids. It would be better if you were not brought to our kindergarten at all." She laughed and turned back to her partner, ignoring the tears in Max's eyes. The boy, though he didn't understand half of what was said, he still felt that he wasn't welcome. The strange pinching feeling inside was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that the tears were about to start rolling down his cheeks in hot paths. But Max did his best to hold back the urge. For a few seconds he looked at the teacher and then went to the group. Immediately the taunts from the children started coming in his direction. At 6 years old, they were already quite cruel, and therefore did not miss the opportunity to tease the boy. No one liked him in the group, and he was well aware that the relationship would only worsen over the years. Max didn't want to go to school with these kids and continue to socialize closely after years of constant bullying. No one asks you what you want and don't want, my darling. Mrs. Olivia answered him sternly. She looked at the boy with distaste, holding the bottle in her hand. Clearly, she was not happy about talking to her son. She could see the unconcealed hatred and irritation in her eyes. "You'll go to the school I tell you to go to. And if you suddenly don't like something, you can complain to your worthless father. He will arrange a sweet life for you." The woman clearly did not want to continue the conversation with Max. The boy looked worriedly at his mother for a few minutes, expecting her to say something else. But no, she remained silent, immersed in her own thoughts, and in the boy's mind the memories of the day when his family was irrevocably destroyed surfaced. Max had been picked up from daycare much earlier than usual that day. His mother was not in the best of spirits, and the boy didn't understand what was going on. But he didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, realizing perfectly well that this could be the cause of another mother's breakdown. He followed her silently, barely keeping up with the speed of her steps. At some point he stumbled, falling painfully to his knees, and at the same second his mother turned round sharply, saying in an irritated voice, "You're nothing but trouble." She didn't help the boy to get up, but only looked reproachfully at the way her son was rising from the concrete floor through the pain. Tears were running down Max's cheeks, but he did not make the slightest sound, knowing perfectly well that it could cause not the most pleasant consequences. He stood up and held out his mother's hand to go further, but she sharply pushed him away. The woman spoke through gritted teeth. "You're as worthless as your father. You can't do anything normal in this life. There's a reason I didn't want you. And if now it turns out that the neighbor told me the truth and your foolish father is cheating on me, together with him out of the house. Do you understand me?" The woman spoke with anger and hatred. She did not even try to hide her displeasure, looking at the boy with that reproachfulness that he became uncomfortable. Max, stunned, looked at his mother, not understanding at all what she meant and why he and his father would have to go somewhere else out of the house. A few seconds passed like that when Olga Pavlovna swiftly went in the direction of the house, leaving her bewildered son alone. After a while, the boy came to his senses and rushed after his mother. He had no idea what was waiting for him at home in a few minutes. Max entered the house at the moment when screams were already coming from behind the door. The boy froze at the door, not realizing what was happening. He only listened to the screams. "What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Father Max shouted. "What makes you think that I can be at home not alone? Listen more to your crazy girlfriends who want to ruin our family happiness." In his voice it was heard that the man was very angry, clearly not going to calm down so easily. He continued to be indignant, as suddenly heard the displeased voice of Olga Pavlovna, who clearly was not going to leave the situation so easily. "What family happiness? What are you talking about? You and I are not even roommates. We live like strangers to each other. You don't love me at all. You don't appreciate me. How many times can you get on my nerves?" Afterwards, there was the sound of breaking glass. Max continued to stand still, hesitating to enter the house. The next second, the boy's father ran out of the house, holding his belongings in his hands. He looked completely confused. And the next moment, Olga Pavlovna ran out of the house, throwing things at her spouse. She screamed, and at that moment her eyes were filled with hatred and pain. "Get out of my house. I don't trust you. You're always giving me horns, and in front of my own child. Take him with you, and get out." Max looked fearfully at his mother. He didn't want to leave home, and he couldn't imagine that she had meant it when she threatened to kick him out. Until the last moment, he was sure his mother was just joking. "Do I need this kid? I'm not sure he's mine at all. She got him somewhere and now I have to raise him and be responsible for him. I've got nothing to do. You've been out. You're the one who's going to take care of him now." The man looked at Maxim reproachfully, then muttered something under his nose and went in the opposite direction from the house. He never looked back, never said anything more, and generally never appeared in little Max's life again. Mrs. Olivia took the loss of her spouse extremely hard, even though she had initiated the situation. From that moment on, the woman began to seek solace in strong drink and partly indeed found it. But only for little Max such changes in the usual way of life were extremely traumatic. Strangers constantly appeared in the house, spending evenings and often nights in the company of Mrs. Olivia. They often treated the boy badly, who looked at them with frightened eyes and often cried when he heard strange noises coming from his parents' room. He asked his mother many times when would Papa come back, when would they make peace. But time after time Mrs. Olivia looked scornfully at her son and answered in a haughty voice, "You have no father anymore. He has no use for you. If you don't like it, you can go to your father if you can find him," Mrs. Olivia shouted, throwing at her son Max a look of contempt that made him uncomfortable. Max squared his shoulders, trying to hide from his mother's reproachful gaze. But he couldn't. Mrs. Olivia was looking at her son with displeasure, and her gaze was growing heavier by the minute. "Why do you look at me as if you were seeing me for the first time? Go to your room before I kick you out of the house," she hissed. The boy shuddered and went swiftly to his room. He did not understand what was happening, but even then in his soul began to develop a dislike for his mother, which later turned into hatred. A few years passed. Max became more independent and determined. He was no longer afraid to say what he thought and could stand up for himself not only by force, but also by words. By the age of 12, Max knew how to put anyone in their place. During this period, communication with his mother almost ceased. He continued to live in her house because there was no choice, but tried not to cross paths with her. So stretched the gray everyday life, until one day Mrs. Olivia brought home John. It was a young man who literally groomed her. He showered her with compliments, cooked breakfast in bed, and spent all his free time with her. The woman was over the moon. Max, on the other hand, was quite puzzled. Something about this John seemed suspicious to him. He behaved too naively in front of his mother and not at all when she wasn't around. A few months after John's appearance, at night when Mrs. Olivia was fast asleep, Max overheard him talking to her. "Just be patient. We need that money. Soon she'll sign over her house to me, so I'll feel like a man here." Silence followed. Then John said irritably, "Stop bugging me every couple of days. How many times? I told you it's going to be fine. I'm in control of the situation and I know what I'm doing." Again the pause. Max tensed, trying to hear what was being said on the other end, but to no avail. The phone was not on speaker. "That boy won't do anything. He's a waste of space. She'll only listen to me, or I'll leave her. And then she'll come crawling back to me on her knees, begging me to come back. So don't worry, it'll all work out. She's already willing to do anything for me. Just a little more pressure, and she'll do whatever I say without thinking." Max couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew John was in trouble, of course, but he could not have guessed that the situation was so bad. He stood in confusion for a while, and when John had finished talking, he rushed into the room. Anxious thoughts swarmed in his head. Should he tell his mother now, or was it better to wait until morning? But would she even believe it? Love often blinds one's eyes and prevents one from seeing the problem. Mrs. Olivia couldn't imagine how it would end. Waiting until morning was excruciatingly difficult. Max had had dozens of unpleasant thoughts during the night and concluded that his mother had to be rescued from such a relationship. But how to do it? After numerous considerations and internal arguments, the guy realized that the best option would be to simply tell everything as it is. But such a reaction from his mother he could not imagine. "How dare you try to ruin my family happiness again?" Mrs. Olivia shouted at her own son, not believing everything he said. Max tried to convey all the details of the conversation, John's mood and voice. But the more small moments in the story, the more irritated Mrs. Olivia became. The woman looked at her son with displeasure and clearly did not want to admit that everything he said could be true. "You broke up my first marriage, and I won't let you ruin my happiness again. Stop these weird surveillance games. Or I'll make sure you never live in this house again. Don't forget that you live with me, not me with you, and you have no right to tell me what to do." There was so much venom and resentment in every word that Max felt uncomfortable. He looked at his mother with anxiety and incomprehension, trying with all his might to hold back his emotions. But despite the inner torment and the cry of reason to keep silent, he still asked, "And why do you think that it was my fault that your family with your father broke up? You couldn't keep it together. You made up your own mind and then you threw him out of the door without even wanting to listen. You realized that you were wrong in that situation, and it was because of you that everything turned out like that." Max spoke calmly and confidently. He wasn't going to make excuses or apologize. In his 12 years, Max understood perfectly well what really happened at that moment. The boy looked at his mother carefully, realizing that he had caused her complete confusion with his answer. After a few moments, he added, "You don't need to try to blame me for your problems. You are an adult and should realize that all the consequences are your fault. They were adult decisions. You had to make decisions that will affect not only your life but mine as well. so I ask you not to blame me for something I had nothing to do with." Max noticed that with each new phrase, his mother's gaze became more and more heavy, so he decided to keep silent so as not to inflame the situation. But all that had been said was enough to make the woman furious. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Mrs. Olivia shouted at her son. "Have you forgotten where you belong? Have you lost your fear, or have you decided that you don't need a roof over your head anymore? I'll remind you where you are and whose money you live on." The woman came close to the boy, looking him in the eyes with hatred. Max didn't look away as he always did. He kept looking at his mother, realizing that he was tired of living the way she wanted him to and doing everything to please her and be a good son. The boy's gaze was frustrated and blank. He didn't know what else to say or do so that his mother would believe his words and not ruin her and his future through her own naivety and stupidity. "After you were born, your father and I had a bad relationship," Mrs. Olivia continued. "We didn't want you, but it was too late to do anything about it when I realized. Your father wanted a child, and I was a fool to agree to have you. I thought it would make our relationship stronger, but it did the exact opposite. I didn't want to see your father after you were discharged from the hospital. He didn't spend time with you. He was always at work, and he had no idea how hard it was for me. He didn't help, and he didn't bring in enough money to keep us from living in poverty. It's lucky I got this house from my parents. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived that period. He also complained that I was getting cranky and tired. How could I be different with you? You were always shouting, not letting me sleep, not letting me sleep, not letting me eat in peace, constantly demanding attention, crying. If I didn't give it to you, you did things at home, as if to spite me. I hated you with all my heart and soul, but I believed that soon it would get easier. Then the neighbor called and told me that your father was cheating on me. You see, he was tired and told her that he just wanted to have a nice time as I was no longer so affectionate and attractive to him after you were born. All because of you, you know. And now you're going to tell me how to live and what to do. Because of you, my life is irrevocably ruined. You're the reason I'm where I am now. And you dared to destroy the fragile happiness that I finally had." The woman switched to screaming, clutching her son's shoulder hard, as if he was trying to escape from her, but Max continued to look at her calmly and seriously, waiting for the series of accusations and discontent to end. For a few minutes more, Mrs. Olivia expressed everything she thought. She wasn't shy in her expressions, and she wasn't afraid to hurt her own child. And Max, he was so accustomed to her rudeness and coldness that he paid no attention to the next attacks and threats. Finally, the woman was silent, closing her eyes and as if trying to control her emotions. All this time, the guy listened to her attentively and then answered, "You know, I did not ask you to give birth to me. I'm sorry that I made your life so unbearable, but there was nothing I could do about it. Don't worry. In a few years, I'll stop bothering you with my presence. But then you'll realize I was right about your new boyfriend. But it'll be too late." After these words, John turned round and went to his room. He didn't see any point in continuing the dialogue and didn't want to listen to his mother's accusations and displeasure. Mrs. Olivia did not listen to her son. It seemed to her that he was deliberately making all this up to get attention and make himself the only man in the house, but she couldn't imagine how it would end. It had been several days since John had last spoken to his mother. He no longer saw the point in trying to prove or open her eyes to reality. John, on the other hand, had been getting closer and closer to the woman all this time, showing her attention in every way possible and making her trust him as much as possible. The guy saw all this but decided to do nothing, letting the situation take its course. But he had no idea that his mother's mistake would affect his life too. One evening, when Mrs. Olivia was in a good mood, John decided to start his plan. The man looked at the woman carefully, trying to convey as much emotion as possible with his gaze. At that moment, Mrs. Olivia smiled smugly, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you like me?" She moved closer to the boy, looking at him intently. It was only a few seconds before John moved closer and spoke in his most satisfied voice, looking the woman straight in the eye. "How can a man not like you? I'm surprised no one else has ever courted you before. And why you chose me out of so many options. Although, admittedly, I would have chosen me if I were you. I'm just incredibly attractive," John said, moving closer to the woman. "That's why you love me, baby." He came close to her, looked into her eyes, and said in a satisfied voice, "I'm sure I'm also incredibly charming, aren't I?" John stopped a few centimeters from her face. Then he moved close to her ear, burning her skin with his hot breath, and whispered, "I wish I could marry you. I wish I could. You are so gorgeous, so desirable to me." He whispered compliments in the woman's ear, causing her to smile as broadly and sincerely as she had never smiled before. John had hinted several times that he wanted to make her his in every sense, wanted to build a family with her, become her official spouse, be with her always, no matter what. "So what's stopping you?" she asked. "If you want to marry me, you can do it. I'll marry you right now. I'll go to the registry office with you." Mrs. Olivia moved closer to the boy, looking intently into his eyes. There was so much determination and confidence in his gaze that for a second John was embarrassed. But he pulled himself together and spoke in a confident voice. "You know, I just can't feel like a complete man while I'm not on my own turf. But these are the classic male hang-ups." He smiled, trying to make his words more casual. But Mrs. Olivia tensed. Her mind flashed back to the last conversation she'd had with her son Max, when he'd tried to say something about John's plans for her place. She pulled away from the man a little, and the man sensed something was amiss. His demeanor became sharper and his words more confident. "But that doesn't mean you have to do anything," Randy said to diffuse the situation. "I'm not forcing you to do anything. It's just a thought in your head, and you don't have to conform to it." "I'll love you without marriage," John said, moving closer, trying to ease the tension and create a more intimate setting. After a few minutes, looking intently into Mrs. Olivia's eyes, he added in a languid voice, "I just wanted to make you my wife." His lips gently touched the woman's skin, and she felt a pleasant tingling sensation. An electric current seemed to run through her skin, leaving an inexpressible sensation. Mrs. Olivia exhaled noisily, trying to keep it as quiet as possible. But whether from her relaxed state after a few drinks or because she liked the man so much, she couldn't resist. With her whole body pressed against him, she looked up at John and spoke in a languid voice. "What do you need to make me yours? What do you want from me?" The woman moved closer, looking intently into the eyes of her new suitor. She expected any answer other than what she heard from Randy. "I just want to feel like the boss in this house. How can I feel like one if this house doesn't belong to me?" He moved closer, burning Mrs. Olivia's skin with his breath and thus forcing her to close her eyes. After a few seconds, he added, "You and I would be so good together if we lived in this house as husband and wife. Don't you think so? I would make you happy with gifts every day. And you and I would have had a girl, just like you wanted." John deliberately touched on subjects that were important to Mrs. Olivia. She had always wanted a daughter. The birth of a son had been an unpleasant surprise to her. She whispered with her eyes closed, "But we can be happy without a formal marriage, can't we? I'm sure we'll have a beautiful daughter anyway, and that we'll be fine as parents." The woman spoke with her eyes closed, trying to concentrate on her emotions. Suddenly, she felt John's scalding breath disappear. She opened her eyes and looked at him carefully. He was sitting a meter away from her with a perplexed expression on his face. He clearly hadn't expected such a response from a woman and was frantically thinking of what to say. But Mrs. Olivia was not confused and continued in a confident voice. Why are you so surprised at my words? Can't people be happy without an official marriage? I don't think the state should interfere in our relationship. Besides, I've already had the unpleasant experience of marriage, and I don't intend to repeat it. Mrs. Olivia approached John, but he pulled away. The elaborate plan in John's head began to fall to pieces. He stared bewilderedly at the woman who was obviously speaking in complete seriousness. The silence was dragging on and becoming awkward. Mrs. Olivia's gaze was becoming tense. At that moment, John realized that he had to think of something. Suddenly, he said, "I just don't understand your train of thought a little bit. If you want a family, why shouldn't we formalize our relationship? I thought we were serious, and you wanted to spend the rest of your life with me." I could hear the disappointment in the man's voice. He looked at Mrs. Olivia in confusion, not knowing what to do in such a situation. There were all sorts of thoughts swarming in his head, and there seemed to be no right answer. John looked up at the woman and spoke in an uncertain voice. "What is our relationship even for if you don't consider continuing it? What have we spent so much time building a bond of trust and such intimacy for?" John spoke seriously. The man seemed genuinely upset. Whether it was the alcohol or the strange pinching feeling inside, it seemed to Mrs. Olivia that he was telling the truth, that he really didn't understand what was going on. And for a moment she felt a pang of guilt for not trusting her young man from the beginning. She looked at John carefully, trying to understand his feelings. And after a few minutes she said, "Well, is it really that important to you? You never told me you wanted to start a family. It was the first time we'd ever had this conversation." The woman moved closer and looked into the man's eyes. She didn't understand why this topic had come up so acutely and suddenly in their relationship. "It's very important, you know." "Very important," John said. "You see, I was brought up to believe that I should build a family if I really love the woman I love. And I love you, and I would like to make our relationship legal soon." John was silent for a moment, as if considering what he should say next, and then he added, "But I was also taught that a man should be the master of the house. He should solve all the problems and provide for his woman. There is no problem with the latter, but with the former. I can't feel like a man when in fact I have no rights in that house. How do you see it?" He looked carefully at Mrs. Olivia, trying to make his look as sad and convincing as possible. There was silence again, but this time it lasted only a few seconds. "But I don't quite understand you," said Mrs. Olivia. "But if it's so important to you, all right, I'll sign you in at my house. Only it will take a little time." The woman smiled, looking at her chosen one carefully. "You can propose to me now. We'll start planning the wedding, and then I'll sign you up at my place. And we'll already have our relationship legalized, just like you wanted." Mrs. Olivia moved closer, noticing the slight twinkle in the man's eyes, but he tried not to show his concern. Smiling, the man nodded. Mrs. Olivia immediately relaxed, because she realized that her son's words were not true. No one had tried to take her house away from her. No one had claimed her property. What harm could come of her having someone register someone with her? It didn't give John any rights or opportunities, did it? But would she have known how the story would actually end and how it would develop over the next couple of months? Max never spoke to his mother after their fight. He couldn't forgive her mistrust and constant judgment, and so he took the path of least resistance and cut off all communication completely. He tried not to cross paths with her at all, even in his own home. He left earlier, came back later. He completely ignored John's presence in the house, pretending that the man was not there. The boy was extremely puzzled the moment he found out about his mother's plans. He happened to overhear her conversation with her friend, which left him numb with shock. Had his mother really agreed to marry John? Did she no longer believe that her former spouse could return and their family could be complete again? Did she not see through his game and realize it would end badly? Despite all the excitement, indignation, and resentment, Max didn't talk to his mother about anything. He knew very well that it would once again come down to accusations and loud words. And he didn't want that. Let it be as it was. So it went on for almost 2 years. There was no offer, and the guy began to think that it was all just words to the wind. That John had just tried to pull a con, and at the moment when he realized he couldn't do it, he decided not to do anything to avoid losing the roof over his head. But it wasn't that simple. All these years, John just thought up a new plan, still not deciding to implement it. At one point, he even left Mrs. Olivia alone for a few weeks, but then returned for reasons unknown to Max. Max's life gradually began to improve. He started to work part-time, and then he had his first money of his own. Despite the unbearable desire to spend it, he started saving to move to the city in the future. It was not easy to combine work and study, and therefore Max began to skip school more and more often, giving preference to earnings. Teachers could not ignore this. One day the guy was summoned to the director, and at that moment he realized that it would not be possible to turn away so easily. With a heavy heart, he entered the office. "Max, is everything okay with your family? You've been doing much worse in school lately, although that's not like you. You've always been a confident and determined guy. What's wrong with you now?" asked the headmistress, looking at the boy carefully. She pointed to a vacant chair and Max sat down in it. Taking a deep breath, he decided to say everything that was going on in his soul. He'd been wanting to talk it out for so long and had wanted to share all his problems with someone for so long. And since fate had it so that he had such an opportunity, he should not miss it. The monologue was long. The guy didn't miss a single moment that somehow or other occurred to him. He talked about John's conversation on the phone and all the doubts that had plagued him for the past 2 years, sharing his thoughts on the matter. After there were no more words left in Max's head, he fell silent, looking carefully at the headmistress. The woman clearly did not expect to hear so many revelations, and therefore sat in confusion. After a few dozen seconds of silence, she spoke up. "Is there anything I can do to help you solve the problem? Do you want me to talk to your mother about everything that's going on? I'm sure she'll listen to me. Or maybe you need some financial help. You realize that skipping school to work isn't the best solution. You have to get at least a high school education. Otherwise, you might have much bigger problems than talking to me." She looked at Max, who didn't seem at all surprised by her words. The guy looked at the woman carefully, and afterwards he spoke calmly. "Yes, I realize what the consequences may be, but if I don't work, I won't be able to put money aside. And as a consequence, I won't be able to leave my parents' house so easily in the future. I didn't plan to stay there past adulthood." He fell silent, looking at the headmistress intently. He had a brilliant idea in his head, which he decided to realize immediately. Making his gaze more serious, he asked, "Do you really want to help me, or are you just telling me this because you want to appear as a good person in my eyes?" "I really want to help you, Max. I am well aware that you are in a difficult position, and I can talk to your mother about the situation." "No, you don't need to talk to her." "I don't need that kind of help," Max said sharply, interrupting the woman. "If you really want to help me, make sure I don't get expelled from school. I don't know how to do it, but I'm sure you can influence my grades. I'm not asking for a B or an A. I just need to get my high school diploma. It's only 2 years away. I'm already in 10th grade." He looked at the headmistress carefully, trying to understand her emotions. For the first few seconds, the woman's gaze was heavy and completely incomprehensible. Max was already beginning to doubt that she would help, but suddenly the woman sighed heavily and without hesitation in her voice spoke. "Okay, I'll help you, but only on the condition that you devote at least some time to your studies. You can't not come at all, and you can't not study or do anything. The syllabus has to be fulfilled anyway, whether you like it or not." Only then can I negotiate with the teachers to treat you a little more loyally." She looked intently at the boy, who literally glowed at her words. He jumped up from his seat and began to thank the woman fervently. The headmistress smiled back, realizing how much she had made life easier for the guy who was already in a bad situation. "Max, just please don't do anything stupid. If you have any problems, just come to me. You don't have to try to figure it out on your own. You're not old enough yet, so I don't think you should take on such a serious responsibility." Okay, the boy nodded and thanked the woman once again, and left the office. From that moment on, the boy's life changed. He was treated much better at school. They didn't pick on him for petty things. Of course, he also fulfilled his part of the obligations and studied all the material as much as possible, and came to the exams afterwards. It seemed that life began to get better. Everything became calm, measured, as suddenly life threw up new tests even worse than all the previous ones. One evening, returning home, Max found a very unusual picture. In the living room was a huge number of guests who congratulated his mother on something. For a few seconds, stood in complete confusion. He decided to approach a familiar woman and ask what was going on. But the answer simply shocked him beyond belief. "So your mom's been proposed to. In a few weeks they will be married and become a full-fledged family." The woman smiled, obviously happy about this event. "To be honest, I didn't believe that this guy would make a move. But he pleasantly surprised me. I'm glad your mother was able to find someone." She continued to say something excitedly, but Max couldn't hear her anymore. He was looking intently at his mother, who really seemed happy. Really, is this how it's going to be? Is John really going to be his new father? Would their family really be one more person now? And is the wedding really going to happen? Or is this just another trick to gain his mother's trust? There were so many questions in the guy's head, but there were almost no answers. The situation seemed somehow unreal. There had been no change in the relationship in 2.5 years. John hadn't even moved fully into their house, despite numerous offers from Mrs. Olivia. And now he had decided to propose to her and build a full family. Something about it all seemed illogical and wrong. But Max couldn't figure out what it was. A few days had passed since the proposal. Now John fully lived in their house, and therefore Max began to cross paths with him often. The man began to actively support Mrs. Olivia in her unhealthy hobby of trying alcoholic beverages. And therefore the guy saw him more and more often in a bad state. And so one evening, going into the kitchen, he once again encountered John. The man was in a completely drunken state. He looked up at the guy, and he was so cloudy and somehow gloomy that Max felt uncomfortable. He stared at the new member of the family for a few seconds, then mumbled, "Are you having a bad day? You look disgusting. It's like you've been unloading wagons all day, not living your life." But after John proposed to Olivia, he quit his old job, explaining that he wanted to spend more time with his fiancée. From that point on, he didn't work, which couldn't be said for the guy who had just returned from another shift in the fields. He looked at John with displeasure, but he seemed completely oblivious to his presence. Perhaps that was even better, because Max wasn't ready to talk to him as an equal. The guy walked in complete silence to the fridge to get something for dinner when suddenly he heard John's quiet voice. "You have no idea, kid, what's really going on in my life and in my head. I mean, you were born into a well-to-do family and you've never been denied anything. And instead, I've had to make it on my own in life. Yes, I do it in a dishonest way. But this world isn't as easy as you might think. To achieve anything, you have to get around without getting caught in your dodgy dealings. At the same time, you always have to keep yourself in control, remain charming and attractive to all these women. You can't imagine how hard it is to control." That John sighed heavily, closing his eyes. Max stood silent, not understanding where such a harsh revelation in his words came from. But seeing a few bottles, he realized what had actually loosened the man's tongue. But should he continue this conversation? Should he even try to find out anything at all? After all, his mother would accuse him of lying again, even if he told her something. Should he even waste his time and energy on this? After thinking about the situation for a few seconds, Max said goodnight to John and left the kitchen. He saw no point in staying and listening to his fiance's displeasure and problems with his mother. If he had stayed that night, his life might have turned out very differently. He would not blame himself in the future for not doing anything, for not listening to John at the moment of revelation, or for not even trying to do anything to stop him. But what's done is done, and the only thing left to do in the future is to take responsibility for the decisions he made and go through the trials with his head held high. The wedding of John and Mrs. Olivia still took place, despite the fact that Max was sure of the opposite. The newlyweds went on their honeymoon immediately after the ceremony. The guy stayed home alone, and no one called him to go together. But even if he had been called, he would have definitely refused such an offer. He did not want to spend time with his mother, and the opportunity to be alone seemed to him a kind of gift. If he had known that now he would never be able to communicate with his mother, never be able to talk to her, never be able to apologize to her for everything that had happened before. He had no idea how everything would really end and what such a seemingly innocent holiday trip would lead to. Max was at home when he heard the sound of the door opening. He looked at the time and the number on his phone. It was too early for a return from a wedding trip. His mother had planned to be back in at least 2 weeks, and it had only been 9 days. Holding his breath, he got out of bed, not realizing who could have been brought to his house at this hour. Suddenly, he remembered that he had left the front door unlocked, so anyone could have come in. He felt uneasy at the thought that a complete stranger could have come in. Could it be a burglar who decided to take advantage of the owner's departure, not knowing that someone else lived here? Or had John's associates decided to clean out the house in his absence so that no one would think anything of him? The thoughts in his head were not the most pleasant, and at some point in his head even flashed the desire not to go anywhere. But fear and interest made the guy still leave his room. He slowly headed towards the entrance, having no idea who he was about to meet. Cautiously peeking out from around the corner, Max froze in bewilderment. Standing on the threshold was John. He seemed somehow confused and lost. For a few seconds, the boy tried to figure out what was wrong. Then suddenly the realization came to him that his mother was not with her newly wedded spouse. He had returned alone and was now looking around, clearly trying to see if anyone was home. For a few seconds, Max watched his behavior. Afterwards, he decided to come around the corner. John stirred when he saw the guy and abruptly shifted his gaze to him. An uneasiness began to rise inside, which clearly did not bode well. Max looked at the man carefully, after which he asked him uncertainly, "Why did you come back alone? Weren't you supposed to come back with my mother together? You still have a few more days of paid holiday after all. Or has she already found someone better than you at the resort?" Max smiled wryly. Even in such a situation, he couldn't refuse to make fun of his mother's chosen one. But John did not react in any way to such barbed words. He continued to stare around confusedly, only occasionally returning his gaze to the boy. Something in his behavior seemed strange and suspicious. After a few seconds, Max added in an anxious voice, "What happened? Why did you come home alone? Where's your mother?" The boy looked at John for a few seconds, and then took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. After a few beeps, the voice of the answering machine was heard, notifying that the subscriber was out of range. Max stared at the phone for a few seconds with incomprehension. Then he raised an angry look at John. The guy grabbed the man by his t-shirt, pulling him to himself with force, after which he spoke in an irritated voice. "What the hell is going on? Where's my mom and why did you come home before her? When is she coming back? If I find out you've done anything to her, you won't live. I'm warning you nicely. You hear me?" Max shouted, unable to contain his emotions. He wasn't going to hold back in a situation like this. The irritation and resentment only grew stronger. John, on the other hand, continued to remain silent, looking at the guy with a blank and detached stare. Max felt his patience coming to an end. He shook John sharply, forcing him to look up, then spoke through gritted teeth. "If you don't tell me what the hell is going on right now, I'm going to find out for myself, and then you're definitely in trouble." There was so much rage and venom in every word that John shuddered. He shifted his gaze to the boy and then shook his head slowly from side to side. He covered his eyes, as if trying to cope with his emotions, and said nothing. He just collapsed in Max's arms, as if completely drained of strength. For the first few seconds, the guy held him in utter bewilderment, and then he unclenched his hands and spoke irritably. "What does all this mean? What do you mean, no? What do you mean?" John involuntarily raised his knee, as if trying to defend himself from Max's attacks. But the guy wasn't going to back down that easily. He squatted down. "If you don't tell me now where your mother is and what happened to her, you'll never speak again. You hear me?" There was a steely note in the guy's voice, and it made John really scared. He opened his eyes, trying to focus. Then, in a depressed, almost inaudible voice, he spoke only 3 words. "She's gone." Then he closed his eyes again, pulling his knees even higher and trying to calm the storm that was raging inside him. A tear trickled down the man's cheek, letting Max know he was serious. Confusion, pain, incomprehension all mixed together. An inexpressible feeling that simply couldn't be ignored. Fear rose higher and higher, making his heart beat faster and his legs shake. Max sank to his knees, staring at the floor, and thought for a few minutes about what he had heard. It seemed like some kind of evil joke that couldn't be true. It was only a few days ago, after all, that he had spoken to her, seen her smile. He had only seen freshly posted pictures on her social media the day before yesterday. "How can you do this? Are you messing with me?" the guy said irritably, rising sharply to his feet and hovering over John. "What have you done to your mother? Do you have any idea what I could do to you? Look at me when I'm talking to you." The guy abruptly turned John's face up, yanking his hands away from his face. There was so much fear and terror in the man's eyes that it was simply impossible not to notice. Here is the edited text, taking into account your instructions. The uniformed men were rapidly approaching Max, who was looming over John. The look on the man's face was bad. For a moment, it even seemed to the guy that the man wasn't moving. But he wasn't. Immediately after Max was dragged away from the man, John promptly jumped to his feet, moving several meters away from where he had just been lying. He looked frightened and confused. The man's gaze was blank and directed somewhere past Max, who was looking at him with disdain. The guy was not going to accept the situation so easily, so he began to break out and shout, trying to continue what he had started. "Let go now. Him. It's his fault my mom's gone. I'm not going to leave him a happy and carefree life so easily. He must pay for what he's done. Let go." Max screamed and tried to break free of the police officer's grip, but he couldn't. The law enforcement officers looked at each other, shifting their gaze to John. It seemed to them that the man was completely out of his mind, whether he was so depressed by grief or under the influence of some strange drugs. After a few seconds of reflection, while continuing to hold the rambunctious Max, who kept trying to break free, one of the officers turned to his confused partner. "Here's the deal. I'm taking this one with me now." He pointed at Max, who had become a little calmer in his arms, as if he were gradually calming down. "You take the other one. Call for backup. We can't drive them in the same car. I'll see you back at the unit." Max felt his hands clenched tighter behind his back, and the next second they were cuffed. He turned at the policeman in bewilderment but said nothing, realizing that after what he had seen he was unlikely to be believed. He walked obediently to the car and turned one last time to look at John, who was staring in his direction. Then the door of the police car closed sharply in front of his face. Max was put in solitary confinement. They hadn't decided to put him in with anyone else, apparently worried that the problem might be the guy who just happened to be inadequate. He'd seen John being led past, and all requests to put them together had been refused. Perhaps it really was better this way. After all, Max was completely unsure of his own actions and powers. It seemed to him that he could do something terrible without any problems, and he would not regret it at all. So the guy sat all night behind bars. He did not sleep. In his head were the most unpleasant thoughts. But somewhere deep in his soul was the hope that it was all just a stupid joke which had nothing to do with reality. That John had really been on something, so he'd made up all the nonsense he'd said to him when he got home. That his mother had just found another suitor, and the man couldn't deal with it, determined to ruin her son's life. Outside the window, dawn broke. Max rose powerlessly from his bunk, feeling his entire body break incredibly from fatigue. He still couldn't bring himself to sleep without knowing what had happened to his mother. Unable to bear the unknown any longer, he started screaming, demanding to call a member of staff and tell him something. After a few minutes of shouting, at the moment when it began to seem that no one would come through, a stately man of age approached the cell. For a few seconds he looked at the prisoner in complete detachment, and then calmly said, "What kind of circus are you putting on here? You were told to wait for the trial. So you're going to sit and wait. No one's going to tell you anything just because you want to. We have no reliable information except that your mother's husband is under the influence of some strange drug. He'll come round shortly and we'll question him. Until then, I would ask that you behave according to the rules. Otherwise, we'll put you in solitary confinement, not at the station, but in prison, where you can scream all you want. I hope we understand each other." The man was about to leave when suddenly behind him came the excited voice of a boy. "What about my mother? Did you find out what that creep did to her? She hasn't been in touch. And he himself said that she was gone." Maxim involuntarily switched to shouting, but immediately stopped talking, seeing the man's displeased look. The employee came closer to him, sighing heavily, then spoke without a drop of irritation. "Son, I understand your emotions perfectly well. I too lost my mother early, but as of now, the guilt of the detained man has not been proved. We can't make any judgment until the investigation is complete. It could take a long time. If we prove his guilt, he'll go to jail. And if not, the man spread his hands, making it clear that in such a situation he would be completely powerless." A few seconds of tense silence passed when Max spoke through gritted teeth. "If it turns out that he's involved in this whole thing, I'll deal with him myself. He won't wait for real justice. I'll do it myself." The man heard the boy's words perfectly well, but did not answer him. He only sighed heavily and went back to his office, not wanting to continue such a difficult dialogue. It seemed to Max that time was dragging on endlessly. From time to time he listened to the strange sounds that came from the depths of the building, but he could not understand what was going on there. At some point his body just gave up, and the guy fell into a restless sleep. He kept turning round and could not bring himself to stop thinking about something bad. Several hours passed in this way, as suddenly someone's hand touched him. Max woke up abruptly on the bed. His eyes immediately met with the police officer who had come in the morning to his screams. The man looked completely distressed, looking down at the floor. He did not raise his eyes to the lad, though he could see perfectly well that he was looking at him anxiously. After a few seconds of tense silence, Max was the first to speak. "Well, did you manage to find out? You didn't just come to my cell to keep me company. Did he tell you anything? Did he tell you where my mother is and why she hasn't been in touch? What happened?" Max watched as the officer sighed heavily, closing his eyes. And then his heart skipped a beat. He realized that nothing good was going to be told to him, so he needed to start preparing for the worst right away. "What happened?" Stop talking. This is bullying. Tell me what happened. Max started screaming. He was on edge, and he couldn't bring himself to stay calm, even when talking to a policeman. I'm sorry, kid, the officer said, looking up at Max. Your mother is really gone. The detained man said that they were relaxing on some beach when they were approached by locals. They offered to have a good time and buy strange cocktails. According to him, he immediately refused such an idea, but his wife insisted. He paid for them, after which they continued to admire the view. The cocktail seemed strange to him, and he refused to drink it. But your mother said that she liked the taste very much, so she would finish the whole thing. Since her husband was against it, she took the second cocktail, took a few sips, and then returned to her drink. At some point, the detainee felt that something was wrong. The picture in front of his eyes became less clear. There was a strange feeling of the approaching end. He immediately jumped to his feet, but a sudden weakness made him sink to the floor. For a few seconds, everything swam before his eyes, and then he saw his wife falling before him in an unnatural pose. She whispered something about not being able to breathe. And then darkness. The officer was silent, as if he couldn't control his own emotions. He sat with his eyes closed for a few seconds, waiting for the boy to say something back. But Max remained silent. The detainee claims that he doesn't remember anything else. The officer continued. Only voices that appeared after the moment when the whole world went dark. They said something about not tolerating newcomers in their territories, and that this would be the case with anyone who came there. When the detainee woke up, he was already lying alone. No one was around, including his wife. We do not know how true this is, but such cases have indeed been recorded before. We've never been able to find anyone missing. I'm sorry. The officer turned to Max, who had hot tears running down his cheeks. He stared at the officer in disbelief, not understanding how this could have happened. After a few seconds, when there were no other emotions left inside the guy but pain and hatred, he jumped up, rushing towards the exit of the cell. The door was open, and therefore there was nothing to stop him from getting out of it. Max immediately rushed in the direction where John was supposed to be sitting, completely ignoring the cries behind him. He just wanted revenge. He wanted revenge for his mother. He wanted to tell John what he thought of him. And he didn't care at all about the consequences. Max had no trouble finding John in the other solitary confinement cell. He looked completely lost. It looked like the man had just lost his mind in the couple of days he'd been in this place. I warned you that if anything happened, you'd be in trouble. Do you think I was joking with you? Max rushed towards the bars, but John behind them didn't even flinch at such a sudden movement and loud sound. At that moment, an officer came up and started pulling the guy away, trying to calm Max down, but he wasn't going to leave it at that. Max struggled forward, trying to free himself from the clinging hands, realizing that he wouldn't get another chance. Let me go. It was his fault she was gone. Why the hell would he go on living in peace after what he'd done? Max tried to break free, but at that moment 2 more officers ran into the room. They easily stopped the guy, forcing him to sit on a chair that stood a couple of meters away from the bars. The officer who had been sitting with Max before squatted down beside him, looking into the guy's eyes. Kid, listen to me carefully. It's not a good idea to try to get revenge on your own. You've got to realize that's not an option. You'll only jeopardize your future. We'll figure it out, and you don't have to get involved, okay? The man looked at the boy carefully, not giving him a chance to shift his gaze to John behind the bars. You need to think about what you've got to live and live on from here. And if you ruin your reputation now, it will be extremely difficult to restore it. Plus, you'll have a criminal record on your record forever. And no normal place will hire you to study or work. I promise you I'll handle this personally. But you have to promise me you'll stay out of it, okay? The man continued to stare at Max until he nodded confidently. At that point, he let go of him and, rising to his feet, took a step back, turning to the prisoner who was now the accused. "Watch this one," he muttered carefully. "Don't let him do anything to himself until we know what's going on, and I'll ask you personally if anything happens to him. And with him." The man turned back to Max, who was staring emotionlessly at the floor in his chair. He sighed heavily and mouthed, "Something has to be worked out with him too. You can't just leave him in your ward. Besides, he's a minor. There could be some unpleasant consequences for our department for detaining him. We should let him go." The man nodded to his own thoughts and was about to leave when he heard the confused voice of another officer. The man nodded to his own thoughts and was about to leave when he heard the confused voice of another officer. "But if he's a minor, so we can't just let him go. He has no one at home and we have to hand him over to the child welfare authorities." The voice seemed confused. All eyes were suddenly on Max, who didn't care at all about what was going to happen to him next. He saw no point at all in continuing all these pointless negotiations. They were unpleasant to him. "So, call over there. But the kid's not supposed to be here tonight. Let me know how it turns out, where I can find him in the future." "Execute," said the man. After saying that, he walked out of the office, leaving Max with the other law enforcement officers. They called the child welfare authorities. After a short hearing, it was decided to temporarily take the boy to a place where minors without parents and guardians live. Max did not resist, just did what he was told. It seemed that there was nothing else left in the world that could please him or become for him a new meaning of life. But he couldn't even imagine how his life would turn out in the future, and how different a person he would be in just a few years. Max was left at the orphanage until the circumstances were clarified. He spent a few days there. Nothing was said or explained to him. These few days seemed to him a real hell. He didn't want to sleep, eat, or do anything. His only wish was to wake up from this nightmare that had come into his life. One day, the manager of the institution, Mrs. Kate, announced that Max would be diverted to an orphanage in a few days, as there was no one of legal capacity who had the right to take him without guardianship papers. They tried to ask Max about his father or other relatives, but he was reluctant to talk and expressed this reluctance vividly. He was well aware of what would happen to him next. He had acquaintances who grew up in orphanages, and, according to them, the conditions there were not the best, but rather terrible. To survive this period and not get a huge amount of moral and physical traumas is simply impossible. Therefore, the guy began to adjust himself to the fact that he would have to fight back hard and from the first day. There were only hours left before the departure, when an agitated, familiar voice sounded in the corridor. "How dare you not let me see him? I've done all the paperwork I need to do. I don't care if you're getting ready to leave. I have a right to take him out of here. I know exactly what the law allows me to do and what it doesn't. You have no right to stop me. Get out of the aisle." Max turned round, completely unaware of what was happening in the corridor. And at that moment, the headmistress of the school he attended burst into his room. She, looking around, confused and to some extent even frightened. But the moment her gaze fell on Max, she relaxed, smiling. Walking over to the boy's bed, she sat down on the very edge and spoke in an excited voice. "I promised you that I would help you in every possible way, that I wouldn't leave you in trouble, no matter what happened to you. As a matter of fact, I just found out about the tragedy a couple of days ago. I'm so sorry." The woman was silent for a few seconds, as if gathering her thoughts. Then she added, "I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about it beforehand, but I have decided to apply for custody of you. Of course, I believe that your mom will be found safe and sound. Maybe she'll come home soon and the guardianship is a temporary measure. And as soon as everything's okay, I'll give it up. I did it so they wouldn't take you to an orphanage. I don't think that's where you want to be." The woman looked at the boy in bewilderment, not realizing the emotion his face was expressing. There was confusion, pain, and relief mixed with tenderness and gratitude in his gaze. A few seconds passed as the woman added, "Of course you can refuse my guardianship if you don't want to live with me. I'm not forcing you to. But just you don't think. You can choose how you want to live your life and what you want to do." The woman looked at the guy with undisguised worry. He was silent for a few seconds, and then he spoke in an uncertain voice, looking into the woman's eyes. "Thank you so much. I never imagined that you would be there for me in such a situation. Thank you." Max pressed himself sharply against the woman, trying to convey all the feelings and awe that were in his soul. He couldn't even imagine that life would turn this way after so many problems. After a tremendous amount of trials, some relief finally came. The guy felt his whole body start to beat a small shiver. After so many problems, after constant tension, after sleepless nights, after worrying and worrying about the future, he could finally relax. Finally, there is something good in his life, which he is extremely grateful for. Mrs. Isabella, that was the name of the headmistress who had decided to take Max in, spend a few more weeks getting used to a grown-up boy in her home. Sometimes she forgot that she had taken custody and that she didn't live alone. But Max was understanding. She didn't have to take him in. She only did it out of the kindness of her heart. After a couple of months, life returned to normal. Max went back to work and continued to go to school. Many people knew what had happened, but no one dared to talk to him about it. The wounds on his heart were too fresh to open. There was too much pain in the guy's eyes, which literally screamed that he should be left alone. The boy had successfully finished school, passed all the exams to get his certificate. There was never any information about his mother. The investigators stayed in touch throughout this long period of time, but never said anything encouraging. Max no longer believed that his mother would return, so he tried his best to move on with his life. He planned to go to another city, find a job, try to start life with a clean slate. But Mrs. Isabella, who for a long time supported the guy and stayed by his side in the darkest times, wanted a different future for him. One evening, she decided to talk about the lad's future and how she was willing to be involved in it. "That's out of the question. I don't want to keep spending your money. I'm old enough to start working on my own." Max became indignant after listening to his guardian's suggestions. Mrs. Isabella remained completely calm. She had no doubt that he wouldn't agree to her proposal right away, so she wasn't surprised by this reaction. But she didn't plan to back down so easily either. Waiting until the guy stopped expressing indignation and discontent, she spoke in a calm and confident voice, looking at him. "You know, I've always dreamed of having a child. For years I had imagined how he would grow up, how he would become in the future a wonderful doctor who would help those in need. I was always sure that one day I would definitely become a mom, and my dream will come true. But..." The woman covered her eyes and sighed heavily. Max did not hurry, realizing that the topic was not the easiest for her. He looked at the woman in silence, waiting for her to continue talking. "But after my beloved Ben was gone, I just couldn't imagine being the wife of someone else. You see, I loved him so much that I couldn't feel anything like that for anyone else. I was sure the pain would go away eventually, and it did. But in its place there was nothing new. The emptiness kept me from feeling like a complete woman for years. It made me doubt the rightness of every decision I made. It seemed to me that I simply could not be a complete person without my beloved by my side. And that was just the way it was." She looked up at Max and smiled sincerely. That smile was so simple and sincere that the guy just couldn't take his eyes off her. "And then you appeared, and my life immediately became completely different. In some moments it even seemed to me that you really were my son, the one I've wanted so badly all these years. You're exactly how I imagined my own child to be. And that's why I can't afford to ruin my own future. God didn't give me children, but fate brought me together with you. And I'm sure everything in this world happens for a reason. It's either an experience or a reward for having it. I think it was a long-awaited gift that life gave me after so many problems and trials. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. She closed her eyes, trying to hold them back, but a lone tear was already rolling down her cheek. Let me realize my desires at least through you. I'm afraid that I will never again have the opportunity to be happy for someone who became practically a son to me the moment I received my diploma. This is my only wish. Please. The woman whispered the last words, and it sent shivers running down Max's back. He looked at her carefully, trying to overpower his feelings and still refuse, but he couldn't do it. After a few seconds, he replied in a quiet, almost inaudible voice, looking at Mrs. Isabella with gratitude. This is a small part of what I can do to thank you for your kindness and your care. He smiled. The woman opened her eyes, unable to believe her happiness. It seemed to her that even after such a frank confession, Max would still not agree to her proposal, that he would insist on independence and autonomy to the last. But no, he was looking at her with awe, and there were far more words of gratitude in his gaze than he could possibly say. Max had been thinking about where to apply for a long time. The exams were passed quite well, and therefore he had a lot of options where to try himself. But after the studied options and serious proposals, he decided to stop at the medical university. It seemed to him that since he had agreed to realize Mrs. Isabella's dream, he should do it to the full. The admission went well. Max was accepted to the free department, where he was to study for 5 years. Throughout this time, Mrs. Isabella promised to help the boy. And that's exactly what she did. She sent money, helped with non-core disciplines, and supported the guy in all his endeavors. All this together allowed Max to finish his studies perfectly and start his medical practice. To the surprise of many acquaintances, after a year of reflection, he chose the direction of gynecology. For some reason, it seemed to him one of the easiest and most profitable in terms of salary in the future. Without thinking for a long time, he decided to study to be a gynecologist, and in the future did not regret this decision a bit. By the time Max finished his university studies, Miss Isabella had turned 60. For the first few months, he thought about leaving for another city and starting to build a life from scratch. He had done everything in his power to thank the woman for her kindness. Well, now it was time to leave the old life in the past and try to become a really happy person. The boy was sure it would be easy to leave. After all, he'd wanted to for so long. But life is ordered in a completely different way, making it clear that his place is in this town and that he must stay here. And in the future, it will play an important role in the life of Max, who will still be able to become really happy. On the day of farewell, when the guy had already packed all his things and was preparing to leave for another city, something completely unforeseen happened. He was quietly folding the last t-shirts in his bag as Mrs. Isabella came into the room and for a few minutes in complete silence looked at the guy, not daring to say anything. Max glanced at her several times but did not dare to start a dialogue either. Finally, at the moment when Mrs. Isabella was ready to leave, he asked, "Did you want something? You didn't just come to stand at the door, did you?" Max paused, looking at the woman intently. The woman turned round and smiled, replying, "I just wanted to tell you that I'm very proud of you, and that I'm going to be lonely without you in this house. I'm so used to having you in my life. It's just going to be hard to get used to you being an adult and on your own." The woman's smile grew sadder at that moment. She closed her eyes, trying to calm down and keep talking. "You know, you could have stayed in our town to be near us. Sure, you'd rent your own house or flat, and in the future you'd definitely buy something. That way we'd stay close, but you'd become quite independent." She looked at the guy with hope, but in his eyes there was only regret and sadness. It became clear that Max was not burning with the desire to continue living in this city. Nodding sadly a few times, the woman added, "I'm sorry, don't think I'm pressuring you. I just wanted to offer you an option. I'm sure you'll be a great professional." The woman closed her eyes abruptly. Breathing noisily, she slowly sank to the floor, clenching her eyelids tighter and trying to stop the strange, tugging pain. Max immediately ran over to her, not sure what he should do. Checking her pulse, he immediately dialed the ambulance number. "I'm fine. Don't worry, it's just age. It's just a few minutes now and I'll feel much better." "You see, everything will be fine," the woman mumbled, trying to calm Max down. But the guy knew perfectly well that there was nothing good in such a sharp pain and change of condition. And he was thinking about the worst. And that's exactly what happened. The ambulance took the woman to the hospital for examination and diagnosis. Max went with them to stay informed of everything that was going on. Half an hour later, a doctor Max knew from his time in practice came out of the room. He rubbed his eyes tiredly, then looked up at the guy and spoke in a tired voice. "Heart trouble. She'll need to be looked after. She asked me not to tell you what happened. So you can go to another city with peace of mind. But I can't do that. You know the problems people like that face. If you don't pay enough attention to them, the consequences can be bad." The man patted the boy on the shoulder, adding, "Of course, the decision is yours. I know very well that she's not your birth mother. But she did a lot to make you the person you are now." After these words, the doctor left, leaving Max in complete bewilderment. He stared at him in silence for a few seconds, then sighed heavily and went into the room. Mrs. Isabella was conscious. She was looking out of the window at the beautiful sunny day. Something in her appearance alarmed Max the moment he saw her. She immediately turned round at the sound of footsteps and smiled. "Why didn't you go home? I told you I'm fine. Just a little trouble, but it's okay now. You can go home in a few days." She smiled so sincerely that if Max didn't know the truth, he would probably believe her words. "You can keep packing. Just please say goodbye to me before you leave for another city. And don't forget to call me the moment you get there so I know you're okay." She spoke so calmly and judiciously that for a moment it even seemed to Max that everything was actually fine, and that the doctor had simply made a mistake. But the pallor and general soreness of her face said otherwise. He sighed heavily, sitting down next to Mrs. Isabella, and spoke in a calm voice. "I'll wait until you're discharged and then I'll think about moving. They'll wait for me in the new hospital, I'm sure of it." He smiled, trying to make the situation less tense. "Besides, how can I miss your birthday, which is next week? That would be completely unfair of me, wouldn't it?" He took the woman's hand in his own. They talked for a few hours, after which the guy went home. He had a difficult decision to make on which his future would depend. A few days later, Mrs. Isabella was indeed discharged home. The woman was standing in the street calling a taxi when Max came up to her with a bouquet of flowers. Surprised at his appearance, the woman spoke in a confused voice. "Weren't you going to go for an interview to get a job in another city? You might not be invited in the future because they think you are not responsible enough." The woman looked at Max with anxiety and incomprehension. He was completely calm and confident. "I've already passed the interview," Max said. "By the way, quite successfully. I have already been hired. Tomorrow I start my practice as a gynecologist." He smiled, noticing that the woman was immediately cheered by his words. She hugged the guy tightly, trying to convey all her warmth and affection with such a simple gesture. "I'll miss you, but I'm sure your life will be the best in the new city," Mrs. Isabella said. "You'll make new acquaintances, maybe even meet someone. I'd be glad if you could start your life as you've planned." And although at the last words the woman's voice trembled, she clung tighter to the guy, trying not to show her real mood, and began to breathe heavily, trying to cope with her feelings. Of course, Max noticed such a change in her state. He hugged the woman tighter to himself, after which he spoke out. "You won't have to miss me." He paused, clearly pleased with the woman's confusion. And at the moment when she was ready to be indignant and say something against this conviction, Max hastily added, "From tomorrow I begin practice in this hospital, while I will live with you, if you do not mind, of course. And then I'll think about how to organize my life. I don't want to make any big decisions yet." Mrs. Isabella stared at the boy for a few seconds in disbelief. She did not believe that he had really decided to stay and that she would not have to live her life alone. Max was glad that he was able to make happy the woman who was his only beacon in the most difficult period of his life. Yes, he didn't plan to stay in this town. Yes, he tried with all his might to leave it and do everything he could to start his life with a clean slate. But sometimes you have to think about more than just yourself. And this time he made a decision not in his favor. Many people knew Max since university. He showed excellent results and pleasantly communicated with patients. That's why at the moment when the appointment was announced, a queue was immediately lined up for him. A few months passed since the practice started. At some point, the guy started to notice that time after time a young girl, who had just turned 18, was signing up with him. She was checked every month, and sometimes twice a month, even though there was no need for it. Of course, Max accepted, listened, examined, despite the fact that he sincerely did not understand such an obsessive desire to control her health. Ashley, that was the name of the guy's regular patient, had made an appointment with him again, even though she'd been to see him only a couple of weeks ago. When he saw her appointment, he wasn't surprised at all, but smiled wryly. She was the last one to see him that day. So Max was already prepared for hours of questions about her health and how to choose the right partner. But he couldn't imagine how this next appointment would actually end, and where his interest in the beautiful patient would lead. Ashley looked particularly attractive on this day. She wore a short dress, made an expressive makeup, and it seemed that she was going not to the doctor's office, but to a date where she was sure to please her chosen one. Sitting down on a chair near the doctor, she immediately noticed his interested look and smugly replied, Yes, I dressed like that today, especially for you. I see you liked my choice of outfit too, didn't you?" She, leaning on the table, looked at the man attentively and, catching his incomprehensible look, explained, "After all, you told me that you like it when girls dress expressively, that it gives them femininity and attractiveness in men's eyes. Remember, at the last reception. So I decided to take your advice to attract the attention of a man I like. And judging by your reaction, I'm doing just fine, didn't I?" Her gaze became more languid, more playful. She kept her gaze on Max, and he only mumbled, "I'm very flattered that you decided to make a good impression on me. And admittedly, you have succeeded. But I'm not interested in a relationship at work. I'm sorry, is something bothering you? Or are you just trying to show me how attractive you can be?" Max smiled, not realizing what the future held for him. He looked at the girl carefully as she leaned back in her chair. Ashley spoke in a confident voice. I was sure you were impossible to meet anywhere but the hospital. And I was right about that, wasn't I? I'd have to make an appointment to talk to you." So her gaze became more predatory again. She licked her lips in a languorous voice. "I'd like to invite you to my house. We could have a great time. You could get to know my inner world better." She looked at the man carefully, expecting a positive answer. For a few seconds, Max sat in confusion as Ashley suddenly added, "No serious relationship. Don't think I'm not really interested in that option. I just want to have a good time. With a handsome man like you, one meeting. And then it's every man for himself." Max hesitated, but after a few more persuasions, he agreed. But if he'd known how it would end. Ashley left the guy her address. They agreed to meet a couple of days after work. Max was looking forward to the meeting, already anticipating a great time. But fate had completely different plans for that evening. The guy did not prepare for the evening. He only chose a more or less decent outfit and styled his hair to look more attractive in the eyes of the girl. At some point in his head, he thought that he should take flowers, but he immediately canceled it. She was the one who had invited him. She had insisted on the meeting. Why should he splurge on her? And why should he try to please her? Standing by the door, Max reproached himself for coming empty-handed, but there was nowhere to go. He rang the bell, but there was no answer, reaching for the bell to ring again. He heard a strange rustling outside the door and opened it himself. Standing in front of him was a man who looked painfully similar to his father. He stared at Max absent-mindedly, never taking his eyes off him. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes, but the boy was not to be broken by such things. He looked at the man carefully, asking with incomprehension, "I apologize, but this is Ashley's address. She left it for me a few days ago, and we'd arranged to meet. Maybe I just got the wrong house." He spoke calmly, though a storm was brewing in his soul. Could there really be people so similar? Or had his father been so close to him all this time? The man stood silent, as if he didn't know what to say either. The silence was becoming tense, so he abruptly walked over to the boy and enclosed him in his arms. "Son, I thought I would never see you again in my life," the man whispered. Max opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding how this could be. He struggled for a few seconds to figure out what was going on, and then sharply pushed the man away from him. Looking at him hatefully, he stated, "I have no father. That man left me as a child, and I have no idea how his life turned out. But I'm sure that if he lived just a few blocks away from me, he would certainly have found the courage to meet me sooner." Max turned around abruptly, intending to walk away, but at that moment he felt a firm hand on his wrist. Turning around abruptly, he looked at the man with hatred, not understanding what the man wanted from him. "Let go of my hand immediately, or I'll call the police," Max jerked, but he couldn't break free. He wanted to continue resisting as Ashley suddenly appeared behind the man's back. She looked at Max sympathetically, speaking out, "I'm sorry your life has turned out this way, but you really should listen to him. He'll tell you a lot of things you don't even realize." Max looked at the girl with incomprehension. For a few seconds he doubted the correctness of his next decision, but still he entered the house and agreed to listen to his father. But would he have known what he was about to learn? Max's father told him that for years he had been trying to get in touch. He had called, sent messages, and even letters, but they had all gone unanswered. He came home to his former spouse to try to reconcile, to return the relationship. But everything was unsuccessful. She did not believe in his words. And after a while, she filed a petition in court to limit Max's communication with his father. She cried all the time of the meeting, inventing horrible stories, which were not really. As a result, the judge issued a judgment on the basis of which the man could not go near his own son. He showed Max the court's judgment to somehow prove his words, showed numerous messages that were sent every year with a plea to allow him to communicate with the child. The man talked for a long time about how difficult it was for him all these years, how he missed and looked for all possible ways to see Max. He even spent 6 months behind bars for violating court requirements after numerous attempts to communicate with his son at school. It all seemed unrealistic, but the overwhelming evidence said otherwise. "I realize you don't have to believe me, but it's the truth," the man concluded, sighing heavily. Max thought about what had happened for a few minutes. After that, he asked with perplexity, "But what's your connection to her?" He pointed to Ashley, who had been standing next to him the whole time. "And that's your sister. I tried to find comfort in another woman, but the experience was just as sad," he sighed, closing his eyes. This was the unexpected way Max's life had turned. It would still take him a long time to understand and accept his father, but the feeling that he now had family in his world warmed his soul and gave him hope for a better future.